Hentai, please.
Alright. Welcome back to Hentai Prison. This is going to be the last upload. We're going to be reading the after story of the Grand Route. I actually ended up reading it after uploading the last part of the main story. It takes quite a while, so we're going to be in for a ride. Yeah. So we're gonna go for 511. This is the start of the after story. There's, as you can see, 512 and 513. So there's a couple of things going on. Anyway, let's get started. This is the office of Lolly Inc., a small company made by ex-cons, hentai ex-cons. Now, we may be out, but that doesn't mean we're immediately adapted to the outside world.
しかし習慣っていうのは現に恐ろしいもんだな。もう塀の中じゃないっていうのに、11時過ぎになると尿意を催す。
I always had to take a dump right after breakfast too. It's hard to get rid of habits beaten into your body.
願いも。つい言っちゃいますねこれ。着火警戒。よーし。着火。
The prison's lasting scars are terrifying indeed.
だが、ここにも恐ろしい慣習も鬱陶しい規則も存在しねえ。どんなことをしても不必要に罵声を浴びせられることはないんですよね。もうここは塀の外だ。
Now, I could just adjust my crotch whenever I want.
ブラジャーがずれた時も直しても怒られない。毎日パンツを検査されたり、無声の量を報告されたり、オナニーして袋叩きに遭うこともないんですよ。
We're all so happy over the most basic, mundane things. We're finally free.
いや、しかし、何が嬉しいってこの食事だ。
Yeah, no more of that salt-free hospital food level stuff.
スナック菓子だって甘シャリだってめちゃ食い放題。むしゃむしゃバクむしゃバク。あれはなんだ?
It looks like she got into the novelty of junk food and the habit of overeating it. According to her, eating to your limit, then sleeping like you passed out is the best.
ドカ食い気絶じゃねえか。
I think she's cute, like a seal that's jumped onto the shore.
さすがに早死にしそうだが、出所してすぐだし、これくらいはまあよし。だいたいカネさんブラ直すほどおっぱいないですよね。
Live free, away from surveilling eyes.
やんのかこら。
We're probably the only fugitives in the world like this. Really. Before on the outside, I had a pretty miserable life. Now, things are different.
ああ、そうだ、週一。おっと。もう周一郎じゃありませんから、ちゃんと偽名使わないといけませんね。周平。おい、周平。なんかブサイクだな。あまりしっくりこぬ。
Just call me what you always do when we're alone.
全裸マン。
No, not that.
ベンジョンション。
Blast from the past. Here, I have my irreplaceable friends. So, when we're outside, I want you to call me Sacho. This is where I'm going to live my new life. Of course, to live your life, there's something you need, something unavoidable. It presents a realistic, terribly unsexy problem.
やれやれ、今日もゼロダウンロードですね。
We need money to live.
どれ？本当だな。ここ1週間1円も入ってきてね。ここまで梨のつぶてとは思わなかった。ゼロゼロしてんね。
We start selling our game on a rather famous platform. Since we can't sell it in Japan without putting mosaics over the genitalia, we ended up selling it on a foreign site. Oh, Jazz USA? Anyway, selling your arrogate on said platform had a strange method to it. You had to put all the erotic scenes in the patch users would download from another site. Yeah, that is Jazz. Or the other one. What's the other one? Was it Kitsune or you know what? I forgot. Yeah, you know what? Never mind.
このままじゃ今に手元不如意になって生活が困窮しちまうだろうな。
The building the office is in doesn't cost rent. Noah bought it in cash. She had a good 20 million yen in her accounts, but she used it all on parole.
実は入国前に仮想通貨を購入していまして、ただの気まぐれだったんですけど。
It cost her only 100 yen.
それがちょうど出所したタイミングで高騰し始めて、最終的には2000万円ほど利益が出たんですよ。
She then found this building on offer for cheap and immediately bought it. She bought the computers, appliances, and software, and the like with a leftover 5 million. That means we have the latest computers, LCD tablets, and accounting software. To hear Noah stated, if you're serious about starting something, you don't want to cheap out on the gear. We have her to thank for all of this.
あ、またノアがヤバいの始めようとしてる。こらてめえやめろノア。為替市場にはもう二度と手を出さないって泣きながら一筆入れたの忘れたのか。聞かせてください。仮想通貨の失態は FX で取り戻すしかないんです。今回は絶対にいけますから。これを逃したら大きな機械損失と言っても過言じゃないんです。レバレッジをガンガンにかければ1億も夢では。
Man, she's so desperate to get back the cash. The success, unfortunately, left her a little loopy.
いつまでも過去の栄光を引きずりやがって。やれ、イズミ。
Do it easily. She poured everything she had left over into other investments, and all of them were duds. Did she hit her with like a pad or something? Anyway, one of her investments scraped up against 100 million, but it started to drop down so hard that she had to cut her losses through tears. Because of all of that, Lolly Inc.'s cash assets are essentially zero. We don't have any money.
なのにゲームを完成させることばっかりに時間を使ってしまいましたからね。まさに写真分弱。
Yeah?
あたしら的にいや、贅沢ばっかりして芸術にうつつを抜かして弱っちいってことかな。
He has a point. We didn't spare any cost in developing the game. I don't have any regrets there, but we are in the rough spot. I'll pick up a part-time job if we need to. I've worked in a coal mine. I can do manual labor. Easy.
ダメだ。秀一郎指名手配犯。見つかったら即オーナーは。
Oh, right. I don't have any civil registration anymore. That's why all of the registration and paperwork for the company has been done under Taika's name. She did all the paperwork like she'd done this 1,000 times.
知らないのかい秀一郎。ヤクザっていうのは会社を作るのが得意なんだぞ。
Especially things like construction companies or, companies that tend to be like very essential and there always has demand for something. I think also utilities are also in their territory, if I remember. Anyway, Taika is the president on paper, but I'm the one who sits at the president's desk. You sure I can sit here?
坊やのくせにそんなこと気にしてるのかい。いいに決まってるだろ。だって私たちのリーダーはてめえなんだからな。
No matter where she sits, Taika is always so cool.
秀一郎はともかく私たちも雇ってもらえるか疑問ですよね。何せ犯罪者ですし、学歴的には中卒ですし。
I graduated elementary school.
私小学校中退、ほい卒。 私に至っては元ヤクザだしな。小指はあるけど。
Yeah, same thing for Taika. She had to drop out, remember? This is all to say that we're in trouble, and this game doesn't sell well. Yet, at present, we sell a single copy on a good week, and we're even seeing a completely dead month. Our game is really good though. Why won't it sell? I'm confident we made a really good game. So it makes no sense to me that its sales are so poor.
内容の是非はともかく、この感じだと販売ページにたどり着く人間がいないんだろうな。それも仕方のねえ話さ。どこかに広告を打ったってわけでもねえ。知られなければ買われることもない。広告打つのにもお金はかかりますし、正直どれだけの意味があるのか効果測定も難しいですしね。
Selling the game itself is important, but seeing players' thoughts is more important. As for how, we have no way of finding out how people felt after playing the game. What impressions do people out there have of the work we put our souls into? Not knowing that correctly sucks.
あとはそうですね。強いて内容に原因を求めてみるならば。
With a few taps of her keyboard, Noah sheds the screen.
こことか。
It opens the administrator screen for developers. The screen allows you to edit and check around the store page as you like. The store page itself has a spot for users to write reviews of the game. The game's current rating is in the middle of overwhelmingly positive and overwhelmingly negative mix. Kind of like Night Rain right now. But like, I read some of the reviews and the negative reviews, and I'm like, nah, man, that feels like a you problem than the game problem. But I do agree, the game has a lot of issues. I already experienced a couple of bugs, but like, the reviews, on the other hand, is a different story. Well, most of them. There are some legit ones. Anyway, there's only one actual written review of the game. It's a single comment that reads that eroticism is lacking.
エロが薄いって。これドスケベ能力でバトルする作品だよな。それなのにエッチ薄いってある？ここで言うエロっていうのは濡れ場。多分エッチシーンのことじゃないですか。もっと長かったらよかったか。長さというかこの作品エッチシーンは割と普通じゃないですか。正常位バック騎乗位って感じで。だから多分シチュエーションというかこだわりというか簡単に言えばフェチがないんですよ。
I had written up outlines and requests for sex scenes, then had Izumi and Taika do the writing and art. Sumari, the issue lies with me.
ですから次のやつにはとんでもないエロさを付与しないといけないと思います。
The Grand Route Edition. What we have on sale now is the single route, Heroine 1. Heroine 1s that we made right before the correctional exhibition. There's a route where the protagonist gets together with all the heroines after that. A grand route, as they call them. We're going to up the eroticism with it. Fetishes, huh? What will we do about that?
てめえにもあるじゃないか。露出っていうこだわりが。そうですよ。こだわりすぎて逮捕までされたじゃないですか。
Wait, let's be the protagonist and the exhibitionist then.
いや、それはなしかな。主人公が露出狂のゲームが売れるわけないじゃないですか。主人公が全裸になるゲームなんざ誰もプレイしたいとは思わねえよ。
It looks like this fetish business is really tricky.
それ以外にないか。エッチなものこだわりとか。
I've never been interested in anything other than exhibitionism.
例えばほら、セックスした時にこういうの好きだなとか思ったりしませんでした？
Can't say I had that sort of experience.
まったく、もうちょっといろいろ考えながらエッチしてくださいよ。そうだぞ。真剣に望むべし。いや、ちょっと待て。この中でもう修一郎とセックスしたってやつは手を挙げろ。
Everyone is still and silent. Of course they are. I'm a dote.
お前もしかして誰ともやってないんですか？
I haven't.
なんでですか？こんだけ周りに女がいるんだぞ。
There sure are.
口はばったいこと言うようだが、割と面のいい女が揃ってるじゃねえか。やればよかったのに、すればよかったのに。
As one guy once said in a comment section, God wished that were me. Anyway. Huh? That was an option.
いいに決まってるだろうが。お前が好きなタイミングで声かけりゃいつでもまた開きますよ。
Damn, Noah, holy shit.
だから毎日決まった時間にピル飲んでんだろうが。
They get mad at me.
何のためにこのビル買ったと思ってんだ。セックスのために決まってんだろうが。
Man, so base.
やり部屋ですよここは。
Unless I have the right to have sex with any of the three. I see. I have no idea. I think to myself. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like I'll be able to come true.
ただチンピラ、私たちとはセックスできないって言うんですか？理由を説明しろ。理由を。
Lately, I can't get it up. They're all soft. I'm all soft. Anyway, I point to my crotch. There lies my penis, small and wilted.
本当だ。全く勃起していないじゃないですか。でもてめえ、露出をすれば勃起するんじゃなかったのか？服脱いで、服。
No. I shake my head. I will not strip. Shock comes over their faces. So I haven't had an erection in a good while now. I'm on a bit of an erectile dysfunction kick. Welcome back to Chisosa Reboot. One of our characters is ready to go back there. I should probably open it once in a while.
自由にし放題なのに手出してこないの、そういうことだと。
I have my reasons.
いや、これ案外まずい状況なんじゃありません？
I can't get into it, but it's something really important to me.
だな。せっかく攻略したっていうのに、てっきり私は順番待ちだと。
If I don't do this, I can't move forward.
私なんか最近めちゃムラムラしてて、すぐエッチしたいんですけど。
It's something I have to settle with myself so that I can stay with the three of you.
オナニーばっかしちゃって仕事ってつかないし。
But if that's acting as an obstacle for our work and making trouble for you all, I can't have that.
私らも年頃だしな。ついた男といてここまでお預けっていうのは。
I'm sure Matsugun would scold me if he saw the sorry state of... Are you listening?
聞いてた。全くの同感です。私もそう思う。
Glad to hear. So I think I'll put effort into finding a new fetish.
そうしろ。それっきゃないでしょ。協力いたします。
Arigato. I couldn't ask for better friends.
まずは勃起不全治療からだな。近場でいい病院探しますか。治療費稼がないと。
It's great to have friends. I did to myself. I want a lot of money too.
意外だな。てめえはそういう俗っぽいものには興味ないと思ってたが。
Reality is simply harsh.
ちょっとしか売れないなら、高上げてみるとか思い切って。どうせ同じ数字しか出ないってなら、それも一つの手ではあるな。でもこの販売サイトだと1000円を切らないと全然売れないんですよ。だからやるなら2本だけ高くするとか。
Thinking about it rationally, 4 people like us can't live on our own. Let's take a better look at the situation. Still, I'm not too panicked. We got to fix all the bugs. We got to finalize the outline for the next game. Most importantly, though, we need to add in more and better sex. As long as we have this building, we won't have to worry about places to sleep. No matter how bad things get, it'll be better than being in solitary back in the prison. Let's focus on what we can do here and now. Thinking that keeps my spirits up high. I'm sure we'll be fine. We can take it easy and move forward. I swear that I'll make you all happy. After all, we have all the time in the world. At the start of the month, Taika will always walk in with 4 brown envelopes. She gives us allowance in the form of salary.
はい周一郎無駄遣いしないようにな
Sincerely thank you. Everyone gets the same pay, 3,000 yen. We all make sure to use it wisely, buying snacks or going to karaoke with it. I'm gonna head out a bit. When I say that, Izumi scurries over to me.
私も行く指名手配犯の声必要
Glad to have you with me. I head out to town, bodyguard in tow. I'm not the only one who's changed on the outside. Oh yeah, we're in Seiren Island. The others are excited at the sights and sounds of the town too. The most changed, however, is our narrative writer, Kurokane Izumi.
車たくさん走ってるぞ
She's been locked away in Tula prison for 10 years after all.
音しない静か
It's because they're electric cars. Oh, Shuichiro is wearing his Gauntlet getup.
電気で動くと音しないのかすごいね
The world has changed a lot in that time. To her, everything seems fresh and novel.
ビーフジャーキーっていうのもらった
How about you give it a try? So she goes wild over just the smallest things.
歯が欠けた
Oh, she didn't realize beef jerky is kind of tough. Let's go to the hospital now. Sometimes that leads to this situation actually getting wild too. So she only knew the outside when she was very little. Being actually out here must feel like living on an alien planet.
お店がいっぱい
So she points out everything she doesn't recognize as we stroll down the street.
すごく高い青空
Not many clouds either.
大きな道路
Main Street, huh?
いっぱいの人
Like a festival.
変な声
You probably won't find that anywhere else.
パコパコしてんね
There's so many things on this island that weren't in the prison.
赤子が泣いとる
An Akachan.
周一郎赤子だ
Akanbo. Akanbos you see in passing are one of them.
赤子
Sure is. We look down at the small being and its carriage.
抱いてみますか
Why not indulge?
首を肘にかけるように後ろから手を回してそうでございます
The lady in the kimono lets Izumi hold the Akambo.
お
She timidly manages to support the little guy.
小さい手指くらいそいで牛乳みたいな匂いする
Yeah.
かわいいな
It's a warm scene, seeing her lovingly pet the little babe. She starts talking about the child with the kimono lady, so I step away from her and head to the post office. I put one of the stamps I bought in bulk before onto the brown envelope. I sandwiched the 2,500 yen and the envelope in between some paper to hide it from view. Then put it into the post box. The address I'm sending it to is the victim I exposed myself to. Wow. I like how he's still thinking about his, he feels guilty about, traumatizing someone with his exhibitionism. So, you know. The setting sun's rays sparkle on the water of the nudist beach. It's a beautiful sight. They used to ban the wearing of clothes here, but now people can choose to go nude or clothed.
砂浜すごい。砂シャワシャワして土とか岩と全然違う。
Everyone is pleasantly stretching their legs over the sand, Izumi included. I, however, do not strip my clothes. The old me would have lost himself to the moment, cast off his disguise, and embraced the freedom of nudity. But I came to know love in Tulip Prison. I also came to know of hentai and how to feel guilt. I took back what I had passed onto Amatsu-kun. That allowed me to know truly what my crime was. Indecent exposure carries a sentence of 6 months incarceration, or a fine of 300,000 yen. I spent about that much time in prison. But I cannot think that I have atoned for my crime. To me now, 300,000 is an astronomical number. It feels nice to walk on the beach barefoot.
足埋まる。でもいい感じだな。
If I paid the price to everyone I've shown my crotch to, it would be down millions. And until I do that, I won't strip anymore. I'm not sure if sending this pittance to the victim is enough to count as atonement, but...
チャプチャプしてね。
But I want to atone. And I want to regret. Because I'm sure I have more than enough time here to. All sorts of things on the outside fascinate her. At the same time, she wants to absorb a lot. Take the world in.
学校行ってみたい。
Why?
当たり厳しい。
There's nothing fun about school.
そうかな。
For one, school has sports day.
例外もあると思います。
Izumi has been a real go-getter lately.
普通のじゃなくてね。前に赤ちゃん抱っこさせてくれた人、お作法とかお花とか教えてるんだって、いろいろ。私字汚い。それすごく気になってる。だから習字勉強したい。
She's clearly different from the introverted girl who had such a hard time talking before.
あの人も目のこと気になんないって言ってたし、普通の学校私行けないと思うし、お手伝いたくさんするからいいかな。
That does sound pretty great.
そうか。
Do you have money though?
お金ない人タダでいいって恩返しなんかそんなこと言ってた。そかし厳しいけどって。
Her experiences over the past several months have probably changed her a lot. From then on, Izumi starts going to the ladies' school here and there. Your posh has gotten a lot better.
背ちゃんと伸ばさないといけないって怒られたから気つけてるよ。
Sounds like a regular boot camp over there. A lot of other things caught her interest.
この本面白かった。人たくさん死ぬ。
Like reading books. What are you talking about? She always read books. Or exercising. Okay, this is new.
おえ教員
Or singing. From the look of Noah's face and Taiga's, I guess it's a lot to be desired. What she has come to like the most is listening to the radio. She always has headphones on and would be constantly listening to some show or another. Enjoying your show?
いろんな会話聞けて楽しい。お金もかかんない。
She pulls off her cheap headphones and smiles.
私、セリフ書くのあんまし得意じゃない。だから、いろんな人の話聞いて蓄える会話。これでもっといいシナリオ書けるようになるね。
It's here that I learned that she's reaching out to all different experiences, all to write better narratives. It really hits me in the feels. In exchange for going to classes, Izumi said she'd help out around the house.
先生にお米もらった。これで今日の晩ご飯作る。
Wow, she can cook now. She naturally took over the cooking. It looks like her penmanship teacher has been teaching her a
あ
lot.
とカレールーって水に溶かしただけでカレーの味になるって大きいお姉さんに教えてもらった節約。
Wow, it really does taste like curry. This rules.
そんでもやし安い。あそこのスーパー栄養ありけり。しかも美味。
Man. Bean sprouts, the food of like things are hard. She's enjoying the world outside to the fullest. Izumi, your cooking is good.
でもい。
I like how she said domo. It makes me really happy to see her honestly.
どうもこんにちは。
Yo! She's out. Why is she out? It's her. What's she doing here?
はあ。
Oh, he finally grew back his hair. TV is so clear nowadays.
修一郎、
What's up?
やばいのが来た。
Yabai.
こんにちは。お久しぶりですね。
Bruh, it's Julia, man. Holy shit.
やばいの。
Damn, that really is Yabai. For some reason, the nun, Agatsuma Julia, has come to visit our office.
お邪魔しますね。おやまあ、思ったより広いんですね。これならゲーム以外のものも開発できますよ。電子ドラッグとか。
Really not the type of trouble to let in.
さわさり。
But since she's here, I reluctantly elect to bring out the hospitality. Some matcha.
ありがとうございます。美味しくない。ごめんなさいね。まずい。安い茶葉はあんまり口に合わないものですから。
Damn, man. I get it. You're rich, Julia, but holy shit. I want to chase her out immediately. I think to myself.
元気にしていましたか、修一郎ちゃん。あ、もうその名前じゃないんでしたね。ごめんなさい、失礼していて。テンション高。
Yeah.
葉月ちゃんが目の敵にしていた。そう、黒金いすみちゃん。ご息災のようで何よりですね。
Taika and Noah are luckily out, so we can talk with just the three of us. How did you know we were here?
青蘭島はあなたが憧れていた場所でしょ。それを知っているのなら予測は簡単に立ちますよ。修一郎ちゃん。
She really hasn't changed. And Taika were here. I think to myself, she would have knocked Julia out of the window. Aren't you supposed to be in prison?
先ほど釈放されましたね。ありがたいことに無罪が確定したんです。
But you're a piece of shit, drug-spreading criminal. How?
私が拘置所にいたのは水城のババア。おって失礼。水城元社長の圧力があったからですからね。 抑えつける力さえなくなれば金に物を言わせることは容易というわけです。私はこれでも未内製薬の令嬢ですからね。悪い人。
Right, that sure? Looks like she popped out since Warden Mrs. Shiro lost power then.
でもさすがに今回の件で絶縁を言い渡されました。もう面倒見きれないって。さわさり。
Not what you deserve. Why then? They should come all the way to us.
果たして感動されてしまった私ですが実は許される一つの方法があるんですよ。
There is?
それは婿養子を見つけてきて家庭に入って落ち着くというものです。
Who could that be?
あが妻は旧家ですからね。少々時代錯誤な考え方ではありますがそれしかダメだというのなら従うほかありません。
Wow.
もっともそれに見合う人間がいたらの話です。
I wonder where she could find someone like that. Sounds like it.
私は狂っているそうですからね。なら結婚相手も相応に狂っている人じゃなければならないでしょう。
I don't think we know. I don't think we know anyone who's equally insane as Julia. Or is there? Damn. Sounds tough. Just brushing her off.
私と結婚しません？
Damn, man. Just like that. Just like that. Fuck no.
離れろ。あら釣れない。共に狂っている者同士、いい家庭が築けると思うのですけれど。ダメ。修一郎は私たちんだ。そうなんですか。
Yeah.
の割にはここから性の香りがしませんよね。セックスさせてあげないんですか？それはいろいろ事情。挿入もさせてあげないのに所有権を主張するのはちょっとかわいそうですよ。主もこうおっしゃいました。廃液は膣と人間関係の潤滑油であると。
That's a god. I can get behind.
エッチだけが全てじゃない。私たちは肉体だけではなくて精神的に修一郎とつながってる。これは誰にも侵されることない深い部分で共有を。それがでっかいおっぱいにかなうんですか？
It's over. Kana-san, it's over.
それがでっかいおっぱいにかなうんですかって。
My eardrums burst.
けど好きでしょ？でっかいおっぱい。
Oh no, we're gonna be defeated by Dekai Oppai, man. I do. It's over. It's over, Kande-san. What you know? Flat. It's justice. Anyway, she grabs my hand and makes me grasp her sizable breasts.
さあ、欲望を解放させましょう。手のひらに感覚を集中させていっぱいに感じて。柔らかいですね。ふわふわと心地の良い感触。これを生で触ったらきっと気持ちがいい。
Okay.
そうでしょ？
Okay, we're gonna get sued.
いいんですよ。このおっぱいはあなたのもの。この女はあなたの所有物。満たされてきましたね。生まれ持った男の本能が、そして下腹部には血液が。さすればあっという間におちんちんもカチコチのバキバキに。
Flaccid. Almost like you're just not doing it for me.
本当何なんですかあなた。
I reluctantly decide to explain the situation as thanks for her making me touch her breasts.
性癖探しとプチ勃起不全状態ですか。それはなんとも悩ましいですね。だからお引き取りを。そういうわけにもいかないんですよ。やっぱり親を黙らせるにはとっとと妊娠して孫の顔でも見せることが一番ですからね。悪女ないんですか。少しでもペニスがピクリとするような感じとか、そのきっかけになりそうなものは。
Actually, I almost got hard a moment ago.
そうなのか。
It happened right before Izumi stepped in.
それって何だったんですか。
This, I point. And there's a TV in front of me. And on the TV is...
虎の交尾シーンですね。オス1匹に対してメスが4匹。
As I thought, I'm a wreck. I'm aroused by the scene of Tora mating in 4K. In 4K. This can only mean one thing. It's possible. It's possible. This is the second time I'm reading this, and I'm already like, it just never gets old. Let me calm down for a bit. Jesus Christ, Yuichiro, what the fuck? That's possible. I might be a Great, correct reaction there. She seems a little. That's a little. She seems a little disgusted. Little. I don't think that's a little.
まあ獣で興奮するというのもプリズンの変態であればさほど珍しいことではありません。あそこにはヤギを1000匹レイプして収監された人もいましたから。
He immediately recovers.
そして獣のようなセックスといえば私吾妻ジュリアでございます。
Oh, really?
私ならケモセックスのご要望にも応えられますよ。耳をつけましょうか。ごめんなさい、あなたにはちょっと刺激が強すぎましたか。少女には少し難しいお話ですものね。できるし。へえ、できら。
Izumi vigorously strips off her panties.
かかってこい。
I feel her overwhelming fighting spirit.
では私がこちらで見ていて差し上げましょう。経験豊富な私がコーチングしてあげますからね。
I like how she's gonna watch. Coaching?
必要でしょ。聞けばいすみちゃんは処女。初めての性行為というのは得てしてうまくいかないものです。
Really?
修一郎ちゃんも不安でしょ。
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't.
いりません。私ちゃんと一人でできますので。私オーナーに得意セミプロ。
For real?
すごいやり込んでる。そうですか。どれどれ。トイレどこですか。ウォシュレットありますか。館長と一緒に使いますね。
I've got to. Wait?
して待てよ。じゃあ1番目奪還チャンス。
But if I just go and don't do it, it might hurt Izumi. Are you sure?
いい、大丈夫。初めて言いたいのは当たり前だ。そういうも経験だし、私 10年プリズンいたから全然思い出ない。だから君とたくさん思い出作りたいよ。ところで修一郎ちゃん、獣って話ですけど。
はい。
それ多分違うと思いますよ。なぜ、どうしてなのですか。
Izumi has gotten really more formal with her.
だって冷静に考えたら広範囲のセックスって全然獣要素ないじゃないですか。
By the way, Suichiro had anal with Julia. You know, he's trying to prevent the creation of babies. You know, consider what Julia's here for. She has a point. I think to myself, I'm in had. Dastardly duo. They're friends now. I'd like them to not be, if possible. Why not get an erection then?
そうですね。考えられるのはテレビの画質が綺麗だったから興奮したんじゃありませんか。
That evening, she said she was heading home. I decided to at least walk her to the port.
修一郎ちゃん、あなたなんで女装してるんですか。
It is a disguise. I'm a fugitive.
癖になっただけじゃなくて
It drops the topic surprisingly easily.
心配しなくても大丈夫ですよ。私はピルを常用していますからね。妊娠することはありませんから。
So, was she actually looking for some guy, or was she here just to have sex with Shuichiro? I guess she was here for sex. I see.
本当だと思いますか。
I'm not sure.
そう、わからない。真実はすべて藪の中。だからこそ気持ちがいい。そうでしょ。かっこいい。
I like how even up to now she tries to keep herself very mysterious. You can't be too sure about her, but I think you just gotta live with life like that with regards to Julia. Anyway, with Julia, I don't know where the truth ends and the lies begin. Maybe everything's been a joke to her. What will you do now?
さあ、どうしましょうかね。これまでのことで貯金は随分ありますし、実は一生働かなくても食べていくことはできるんですよ。宗教というのはお金になりますからね。素直にすごい。逆玉の腰を逃してしまいましたね。残念ですか？
Not in the least. There's more to life than eating bonbons and jacking off.
そういうことですね。まあ何をするかはこれからゆっくり考えましょう。時間はありますから。
You won't be up to any good. I think to myself.
私は幼い頃からこのような性格で育ちました。
Oh yeah, she doesn't have that monologue about her that she did in Izumi's route, where she told her story. She takes on a relaxed tone.
だから自分の生き方が変わることはもうないでしょう。きっとこの精神のまま生き続け、そして死んでいくのだと思います。でももし私にもあなたたちのような身近にいたのなら。
I like how Julia also found Izumi fun to be with. Maybe because of the whole experience. She gazes at Izumi and smiles.
そろそろ船が来ますね。皆さんもどうかお体には気をつけて。主のご加護がありますように。それでは今度こそ。さようなら、修一郎ちゃん。
When that, the woman, who's so much like me, leaves. On the way back, I like how they just straight up recycled a background from the island. Because you could tell this is the the background from Minatojima rather than like Seiren Island. We decided to take a bit of a detour if we're going mad to the building.
お散歩だね。
Even something as small as this makes Izumi happy. We get through the forest and find an old building at the top of a mountain. It's an old military facility back from the war.
あ
We're able to see the whole island from the top. The setting sun and then the candy-colored sea truly gives off an impression of utopia.
ー物語は花火を打ち上げたら終わってしまう
Izumi speaks as she watches the sunset.
けど現実はこれからもずっと続いていく。私はこれからずっと君たちと一緒に生きてくんだね。
She smiles at the smallest things. Let's go home, Izumi.
帰ろう。みんな待ってるとこに。
Probably because this normal life, in all its mundanity, is unspeakably beautiful to her. Our team, Lolly, is a registered company. I may be the one in the president's seat, but I have no idea how to manage this thing.
修一郎、今月分のレシートどこに持ってった？そろそろ税理士に郵送しなきゃならないんだ。
Where did I put them again? To make up for my shortcomings, we had Taiga taking the reins of the company in its entirety. Apparently, running a Yakuza clan essentially means running multiple companies. Which is true, considering what they are into nowadays.
食費はレシートさえあれば何とでもなるし、ここから捻出するか。社保はまあ無理だな。だったら社員じゃなく業務委託の個人事業主って形にバラすか？
So, she learned taxes and other hard things from a young age.
まあどうせちんけな会社だ。税務署が入ってくることもねえか。帳簿だけきれいにしとけばいいだろ。
Is the tax office tough?
強いね。
Tougher than the Yakuza?
盛り台請求するヤクザなんか相手にならねえさ。あいつらが来た後はペンペン草一本も残りゃしない。怖いぞ。
Yeah, taxes is... you never fuck with taxes. Looks like Taika is always fighting tough opponents.
会社設立1年目は消費税がかからないって言っても売り上げが立ってるわけでもないから実質得はないか。
Here, have some ocha.
ありがとうよ。法人税が 34% っつってもな。ノアの残り資金は貸付って形で会社に入れれば。なんだこの味。
What's up?
なんだか私の方が社長でてめえが秘書になったみたいだと思ってな。
You got that right. By day, Taika's a skilled young company president. And by night, she's the Kumicho of the Hatai Gumi.
お、私だ。九段の市議会議員選挙の話はどうなってる？ああ、なるほど。あそこの塔には襲名の際も世話になってる。筋も通すし悪さもしない。義理事は欠かしちゃならねえ。うちの票をまとめておけ。丸棒のデカ。ああ、おやっさんか。私に会いたがってるって？まったくけったいな人だね。そのうちご挨拶に上がると伝えろ。分かってる。リニアの件だろ。どこぞのグレン隊が大方異名地握って補助金を踏んだくろうって魂胆だろうさ。そんな仁義もわきまえねえ三下にはきっちりお給を据えてやれ。場合によっちゃガラさらって。
Kumicho.
おや、起こしちまったかい、修一郎。悪いね。急な連絡だったもんだから。
With the age affair cleaned up, and looks like the Hataegumi has more or less settled down. Sounded like some pretty complicated stuff.
ハタヤは元より賭博で生計を立てていた組だが、このご時世だからね、いろんな仕事をしなくちゃならねえのさ。
Taika still has to get direct orders for their broader activities, though. As it happens, Taika is dearly beloved by her subordinates. When they get out of prison, coming to visit her is the first thing they do.
組のためによく勤めてくれた。これからもハタイ一家の若い士として組の発展に貢献してくれ。とは言っても、私はもう部外者だがな。
シャバで再会した肩着になったハス向かいな橋本君もこう言っていましたよ。
Taika's really nice, so I can see why. You sure you don't need to sleep?
まあ体力はある方なのは知ってるだろ。鍛えた甲斐があった。水飲むかい？ほら。
We keep on talking, listening to the night waves as we do. You're not getting any of the money?
道理の問題だよ。私はもう外部の人間だ。こいつはただの雑談、相談相手ってだけさ。それに金を払わせたら関連企業になっちまう。
Taika cut ties with the Hataegumi, sending her letter of resignation to its key members.
私の手が届かない末端が悪さをして、芋づる式にパクられちまうこともあり得る。そうなったらつまらねえだろ？
Good point. She stepped out of the gangster world and left an older cousin in charge, all to show everyone that she was no longer in contact with the Yakuza. On the surface, anyway.
ここは私らの聖域だ。故に清くあってほしいのさ。そのためには多少の貧乏も受け入れねえとな。
Her boldness paired with her delicate considerateness never fails to impress. The members of the Hataegumi, leaving Tulip Prison, all went back to their original base in Fukuoka. Yo, our guy. I like how he, even up to now, he still continues to cook. I think he really liked doing lunch work. Some that then returned to the Yakuza life, however. This is really good.
ここは海魚だったらいくらでも新鮮なんが手に入るからよ。魚がしますしな。
Ozawa came over to Seirin Island after finishing his sentence. He decided to do his chef training here. Wow, he really went all in. He really decided to become a chef. Wow.
てめえ生きてんだったらとっとと言いやがれ。手紙の一つも入れてよ。俺はどんなに心配したことか。
Yeah, remember the epilogue at the main story. He was asking our guy Fugitani-san if he thinks Shuichiro is alive or not. I just couldn't have people on the inside knowing. He came to visit Taika and told me about his life plans after getting some choice complaining in.
てめえが出てった後、プリズンで調理師の免許が取れたんだわ。いい機会だし、そろそろ仇になっといた方がいいかなって。
I really like he really went all in with the culinary stuff, man. You know, it's actually cool. he found the thing to do after all. Wait, I'm a little distracted. Give me a few seconds. Okay, we're good. I think that's a productive choice. Getting out of the business and living as a civilian, and that's his goal. However, his fate isn't in his hands. It's in the Kumichos,
って
Taikas.
ことなんすけど、どうっすかね。
Can you let him off with his spinky?
やれやれ、料理人の指飛ばすわけにはいかねえだろ。
Taika?
アイナには私が話をつけといてやるよ。それより熱いのつけてくんな。てめえも飲め小沢。今夜はブレーコーと行こうじゃねえか。
姉さん。
Taika, may not be the cool Kumicho I always looked up to. That title is gone.
領収書を忘れるなよ。宛名は前株でラーレでな。
But she's still as cool as ever.
膣が出た出た、中に出た。
Wait, is he walking outside without his disguise? I guess he doesn't care anymore. I don't know, man. Keep it up, keep it up. That night, we're walking the streets uptown shoulder to shoulder.
これからはよ、大手を振って往来を歩けんぜ。嫁も子供もこっち呼んでよ。家族一緒でな。ほらやるぜ。
I really like he had this kind of ending, man. This is a good ending for him.
あんまりチンポがでかいので。
Ozawa declares his determination to live life to the fullest again and again. He's in high spirits. Is cooking fun?
そうだな。皮むきとか下ごしらえみたいな地味な作業も嫌いじゃねえしな。性には合ってたみてえなんだわ。
I can feel how radically motivated he is.
それに飯は偉いやつも普通のやつも犯罪者も平等に食うもんだしよ。なんかそういうのってスカッとしねえか？
It sounds to me like Ozawa has found his thing. The thing he wants to bet his life on. Why cooking though?
そりゃてめえ。
Hmm?
てめえがうめえうめえって俺ん飯を食うからだよ、バーカ。
No, that's our guy, man. He's our guy. He's a real one, you know. That hurts. I take a knuckle sandwich to the head. And then Ozawa looks up at the night sky with a meek face.
てめえのおかげだよ。あの時てめえに出会ってなかったら、俺はまだ半端なチンピラだったかもしれねえ。ありがとよ、修一郎。
Man, our guy helped this guy. He pushes the fist he struck me with in front of his chest. I make a fist too and knock his with it. A greeting between friends. You really think it's thanks to me?
何遍も言うない。てめえのおかげだっての。
Then, can you do something for me?
おや、小沢さんに任せろ。何でもいいやがれ。
Good to hear. In that case, can you walk off to Tokyo for me?
え？
Might be something interesting.
では行ってまいります。
We were in the same class, Taika. I bet to be the leader.
カネさんお弁当。まったく手のかかる子ですね。
The thought comes to mind as I watch Izumi head to school and Noah chase after her. She forgot her bento. You probably actively talk to people no one else was. You probably actively talk to people no one else was. What?
さあどうだかな。実際通ってた頃はヤクザもんであることを隠すのに必死で、ずいぶんおとなしくしてたよ。
Did you spend all day with your head down or something?
口の細いメガネかけて、クラスの隅っこが定位置。体育も年中休んでた。本気出すとどれも一番になっちまうからな。
It's a really hard side of Taika to imagine. Me, I would desperately pray the ball wouldn't come my way during PE, but it just would anyway, every single time.
マーフィーの法則ってやつだな。If anything can go wrong, it will.
Wow. I gotta save that line. Anything can go wrong. And well. Part of me does want to see her school side though. She must have been cute. I think to myself.
まあ結局は組のゴタゴタが始まったせいで中退だ。だから未だにまあ憧れみたいなもんはある。
I got arrested, so I've got those regrets myself. Neither of us got to have school life we wanted. I wonder what it would be like to have you as a classmate.
修一郎が同じ学校にいるっていうのも想像するだけで面白い。
So, the two of us yearn for school, at least a little bit.
てめえがいたらさぞ退屈しない学生生活が遅れてたんだろうな。
I'm sure going to school with you would be really fun too. When you think about it, a school is a pretty pervy place. You can say that most people losing their virginity during their student days proves this. Wait, could it be that because we haven't gone to school?
エッチな部分がいまいちなもんになっちまってる。
Is it possible that not having a proper student life lessened our attachment to sex, tempered the obsessions we were supposed to have? Now, this is an emergency. I think to myself. So we decided to give it a try. Ah, I'm late. I'm late. Oh.
やっぱりジャム塗った面が下になってやがる。経験則もバカにはできねえもんだな。
Oh, they were doing the typical anime thing where someone's running with holding having breakfast in their mouth, toast in their mouth. The jam side is on the ground. Oh yeah, because you know when you know the thing about like toast. When toast falls down to the floor, it always falls down on the jam side. The answer to that is pretty obvious because obviously that side is heavier. Anyway.
貴様たちはこんなところで何をしているの？
Yo, what's Yagao doing here? Holy shit. Yagao is watching our experiment. Her eyes suspicious. What is the warden doing here in her the new warden in her casual outfit? It's rude to talk to her in the street, so we invite her to the office.
関節外れてる。はめるから。よっ。いしょ。
Oh, that's what he's here.
よく頑張りました。
My joints got into the habit of dislocating, and Otabe Shikikan snaps it back with ease.
久しぶりだね、湊くん。
Sure has, Otabe Shikikan.
ちょっと身長が伸びたね。前は私の眉くらいの高さだったのに、今ではほとんど変わらない。
Yeah, Natsumi's really tall. Besides, I'm actually also surprised. Yeah, I guess it's really been months or almost a year. Anyway, Shuichiro's hair is way longer than before, obviously. I don't think I'm done yet either.
そう。元気そうで何やり。
A gentle smile comes over her face. Is Officer Yamagishi doing okay?
うん。今は監視長。水城所長がいないから自立しようって頑張ってるみたい。
Yo, she's a kanshicho now. Holy shit, man. She's a kanshicho. By the way, I think her DLC, yeah, it might be an extra scenario at the end as part of the ending of the grand round or something. Because I remember looking and trying to look for some stuff about it on YouTube, and I saw one, and it kind of looks like they're in Saren Island, so that's my guess. And Minato was wearing his lollygott outfit, so anyway, we're working really hard, huh?
葉月さんもいろいろな意味で喜ぶの。一応今回も誘ってはみたんだけど。
And I did want to see her.
あそこに渦巻く邪気で現世に戻ってこられなくなるって断られた。
Shame though. But they eventually gave her a DLC, so that they didn't include in the English edition. I wonder why. That was a big mistake, honestly. Evil energy. The clap. Ola to chikara.
そうだ、この子は坂本真白。特別警備隊で私の補佐をやっている。
Yo, Meshiro's here. Oh, she looks cute.
君が閉じ込められていた時は、見張りと安全確認の任務についていた。
I like her outfit. A small figure appears from behind her and slides. She got here by moving through the shadows. Is that the ninja I've heard about?
そう、隠密が得意で、そのおかげで私がクビになった後もプリズンに潜伏することができた。ほら、真白、挨拶は？
Oh, she's telling her to introduce herself. Prisoners don't get spoken to in the damn ward's solitary confinement cell.
坂本真白です。
Oh, she introduced herself. And by all accounts, they're supposed to be only told about their execution in the morning it happens. Yeah, that's why I was like, this is what I know. Usually that's the case. They tell you in the morning when you're being executed, not like weeks ahead or something like that. But I guess for like Warden Mrs. Roche, I think that was intended just to make him think about like having second thoughts, because I think she still really wanted him to join him, wanted him to join her. Anyway, who was next to her? I was able to keep my say.
君と同い年だから仲良くしてあげて。
Ooh, about your age. Holy crap! A real ninja! I like she blushed. Rasengan. What the fuck, bro? I can imagine that's the actual thing they said, and it's not a translocalization thing. It's the actual thing. I can tell it's the actual thing, considering the context of context of things. Look at that face. She's like, what the fuck, bro? Rasengan! Damn, man. Our guy also watched Narrated. Holy shit. Her teeth aren't too straight, apparently, and I can see two canines popping out of her lips.
男の子は好きなんだよ。わからないけど。
Her clothes are fluffy and stylish too. Yeah, she really does look cute. And she's wearing really nice clothes. I didn't know there were ninjas with such cute fits. Wow. Wow. Her route, by the way, her route. Man, our guy went to prison and now he's a stud. As they literally said in the game. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be able to live like this. I figured I had to say thanks. Oh, that's so cute. Huh? What was that? That's the issue. Because Mashiro, since I don't know enough Japanese and my hearing in Japanese isn't tuned enough to figure out certain things. Supposedly she's slurring or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's one of their jokes. Shuichiro couldn't understand what Mashiro was saying. Now she's Sun. With Buffy sulking Chase, she disappears somewhere. Whoa! She really is a ninja! That's who he's happy about it. With that, we enjoy a reunion with smiles all around. The mood with Yagao, however, is terrible.
で、一体何をしていたのかしら。あんなところで転げ回って、貴様らには恥も外聞もないの？
学園生活のトレスだよ。学生っていうのは全力疾走で登校してぶつかるもんだろ。
They watch too much anime, bro.
その結果肩が外れるのはかなり特殊なケースじゃないかしら。
てめえこそあんなところで何してた？強制長殿は随分出世なされてお忙しいはずだが。
偉い立場の人間というのは下々を働かせるからこそ偉いのよ。まずいわねこれ。
It's awful. She deflects Taika's bars with ease.
ちゃんとお土産も持ってきたわ。ほら。
Wow, she brought omiyage.
これは？
大豆。
Soybeans? Why?
大豆。
Laizu?
ここには怖い鬼がいると聞いたから念のために持ってきたのよ。けれど杞憂だったみたいね。キャンキャンと吠える子犬しかいないようだもの。
When I see her put on that denigrating smirk, I realize this is the gal I've always known. Taika manages to hold back her rage, deploying a pasted-on smile instead.
そうかいそうかい。てっきり私はうちの可愛いボンを連れ戻しに来たのかと思ったが。
何を言っているのかさっぱりわからないわ。何回飲んでもまずいの。
Why does she keep drinking the tea if it's that awful? Jesus Christ, Shuicho, get your tea game together, man. She speaks with an entirely straight face this time.
たまたまよ。たまたま休暇で訪れた島でたまたま知り合いができた。だからたまたま話をしてたまたまお茶を飲んでいる。
Damn, man, Shuichiro, you're not gonna make it.
そういう偶然がたまたま続いた。それ以上のことは何もないわ。
Yeah, but I think she's here to just check out things. And if she could just leave it alone, she could just leave them alone or not. There are no fugitives here. We're just people who happen to meet and happen to chat.
本当になんでこんなにまずいの？何か理由があるのかしら。
Damn it, Shuichiro, you're not making it.
修一郎が入れると必ずそういう味になる。
Look at him, he's smiling. He has a little smile on his face. Which means she has no reason to arrest me. Arrest us. Nope, none.
まあそういう偶然なら何も問題ないな、修一郎。
Right. I'm sure there are some days when, you know, you have a series of nice little happenings.
何この癖になるまずさ。どうやったらこんなものを入れることができるのかしら。
Oh, I wish I understood that. In that case, there's nothing to worry about.
それでプリズンの様子はどうなんだ、新所長様。
別に何も変わらないわ。繰り上がりでヒメルが正式に監視長になったけれど、いつも通りギャーギャー騒いでいるけれど。
特別警備隊の指揮も葉月さんに戻ってきて、違いないから私たちも全員復帰した。いい刑務官になるのかもな。
強いてあげればセキュリティは全面的に見直されたわ。手紙のチェックも厳しくなったし、電話もすべて録音記録が残るようになった。私たちは信用されていない。だから見張りもついているわ。私を所長に据えたのも大方尻尾を出さないか監視するためでしょう。だからもう二度と脱獄なんて大それた真似はできないわね。
It looks like they changed the coal supply path and the security camera grid. The route I took to escape is no longer usable. Arigato, Warden Yugal.
どういうことかしら。貴様の爪を剥いであげたことなら私も楽しかったから気にする必要はないわよ。
For helping me escape. And this is something I heard later. When the Lolly team noticed my plan, they made a prison break plot of their own. However, the three of them couldn't draw me away from the gallows on their own. That's when Yugao approached them. She really did. She really did help them out. I mean, her reasons are supposedly for revenge, but you know. Okay, so she also has a reason to be acting in a manner that she has to be discreet about them meeting, because you know she could be, they could investigate as her being connected to his escape. So it's in their best interest not to reveal anything, to trying to catch him or anything. Misa sure didn't see her as being on my side. Without her help, this plan wouldn't have succeeded.
その他連絡回りや隠密の指揮をやったのもてめえだからな。実際頭が上がらねえ。
I truly thank you.
坊やにお礼を言われるような筋合いなんてないわ。私はあのババアの鼻を明かしてやりたかっただけよ。
そんなことはないでしょ、葉月さん。
何がかしら。
Natsui. Otobe shaking and smile has a powerful pressure to it.
ずいぶん生意気になったものじゃない、夏美。
葉月さんの一番の部下ですから。
She keeps smiling, unflinching. Yugao scoffs, sounding as annoyed as can be.
外の花壇、作ったのは坊やかしら。
Yeah, I'm raising tulips.
春に開花する花を常夏の島で育てるなんて、またおかしなことをしているわね。
Wait, is it? Oh yeah. Really?
でダメね。チューリップは寒さに当てないと発芽しないわ。
I like how Yugao is really into the flower thing. I mean, it really is her deal. She takes an involved look at the flower bed I made.
ここは常夏だから、鉢植えに移して半日は風通しのいい日陰に移動させなさい。土が乾いたら水をかける。そうすれば開花を少しだけ長引かせることもできるわ。
I see.
それから球根を植える向きくらい揃えなさい。平べったい方を統一させれば花が咲いた時にきれいに同じ方を向くわ。
She works the tulips with care and doesn't mind getting her hands dirty. Wow, I really like that. They get the bond like that over shared interest about the flowers.
品種がばらけると開花がずれるから基本的に一品種で統一する。液体肥料があれば1週間に1回くらいのペースで。
I'm not sure why she's doing this much.
前に私が降格処分にされて庭に行けなかった時、貴様が代わりに花を手入れしたことがあったでしょ。だから花に代わって礼をしただけよ、坊や。
She whispers to no one in particular. Okay. That's a good enough of a reason for me. That answers everything. Yugao. Arigatou gozaimasu. I haven't forgotten about how you tormented Izumi or tore out my nails, though.
え？
So, there's something else I want you to do for me as an apology.
で、なぜ私がこんなことを？
I like how she's wearing her nice red framed glasses. It really does look good on her. She's standing behind the teacher's podium, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else. Oh, so she even joined their teacher simulation, student life simulation thing.
だからさっきも言っただろ。私たちは学園生活をトレスしてたんだよ。エッジシーン研究のための。
We figured that since neither of us had much of a normal school life, that probably weakened our attachment to sex. So we rented a room. Saren Island has a bunch of mock-up areas you can rent for roleplay scenarios.
こいつが教室の机だ、修一郎。ほとんど座ってられなかった。
Yeah, a desk.
学校の机でそんなにテンションが上がる坊やも貴様らくらいのものでしょうね。
We wanted to experience school as students. That way, I can also see what it's like to have Taika as a classmate. Two birds with one stone, really. The roleplay wouldn't be too realistic with just students, though. So, we needed someone to act as a teacher.
それで私に教師役をやれと？
You are the most educated.
私中卒。
Grade school here.
私引率。
Well, there you go. Actually, someone graduate for some schools. As long as you graduate grad school, that's enough to make you a professor for some schools. Perfect.
先生役になるために生まれてきたみたい。
We had her wear fake glasses that came with the rental for the mood.
なんか生臭いのよね、これ。
She'd probably get mad if she knew they were for facials. So we keep quiet.
こんな恥ずかしい格好をさせて変態の面目躍如といったところかしら。くだらない。
You're selling it.
思ったよりも女教師っぽいよな。
Wow, she liked that. She liked it. She liked it. That's how you know. Besides, isn't a normal fit more embarrassing?
なまずめハグはよ。
あの線香マジうざくね。
Let's talk shit about her during class and pass it around in writing.
私も葉月さんが先生やってくれるの見たかったのに。
お前そんなこと言う子だったかしら。
By the way, we had Otabe Shikikan take a rain check. She's a bit too old for the fantasy.
ショッピング行こうよ。夏美姉さん、通りに出店が並んでるんだって。
Sakamogi could have joined, but yeah, she really wanted to do some shopping. I asked the officer Sakamogi to join us, but she hit me with a hell no. I gave up.
で、私は何をしたらいいのかしら。突っ立っているだけというわけでもないのでしょ。
We want you to teach us school stuff.
入試で品質する分離共通の微積分というのは、例えば fx イコール3分の 1x 次乗マイナス2分の 3x 次乗プラス 2x マイナス1の極値を。
Not something that serious.
人というのは支え合って生きるものだから、力のある者はない者を助けることが社会のために。
You know, humanity stuff like that.
ちなみにこういう耳障りのいいことばかり聞いていると競争力のないクズが出来上がるわ。他人なんて蹴落としてなんぼの存在なのよ。
You sure practice what you preach.
人というのは押し付け合って生きるものなのだから。
微妙に勉強になるのが腹立たしいな。
It actually is. Yeah, I mean, I did listen to. Yeah, I had some. So there were a couple of trainings sponsored by HR, and I went to that. And one of them was so had a much more polite way of saying the very same thing that you guys said. I was like, oh, well, kind of ish. But if you distill the ideas into anti-prison logic, that's practically it. Anyway.
だったら何を教えればいいのよ。
Some super sexy stuff.
学校で
Sex education's a thing, right?
大陰唇、
大陰唇、
Naichi.
小陰唇、
小陰唇。
Shoinchi.
バカじゃないの。
You're not taking this seriously.
こんなこと学校に来なくても勉強できるでしょ。周りの女どもに見せてもらえばいいじゃない。
簡単に言ってくれる。
You got to be really experienced, right, sensei?
貴様は私を誰だと思っているのかしら。夕顔葉月、プリズンの女王蜂と恐れられた女よ。
Sounds like you've been around the block.
10回くらいはしたことあるわ。
Okay, then, okay. Then, okay. Okay. She sounds proud of that. Okay.
10回、
She keeps repeating 10 times.
9回だったかしら。
It's kind of a hard body count to react to.
なるほど。つまりこれはどこかのおぼこがセックスするために仕掛けた手の込んだ作戦というところかしら。
Huh? It is?
まあそういう側面がないではない。
Oh, it's Taika's Keikaku then, huh?
ヤクザの親分などと大口を叩いても処女ではあまりに貫禄不足というものよね。
Fury loves that laugh. When you've been around the block 10 times, you really are on another level. I don't know. Then it's like, Never mind. That is a little number. Anyway, Taika can only lower her eyes, looking frustrated, like a student bullied by her teacher. And as I watch it happen,
じゃあセックスの授業でもしてあげましょうか。初めての性行為。この夕顔はずきが手ほどきしてあげてもいいわよ。
damn, just like Julia, huh?
残念ながら今の修一郎はインポ状態だ。セックスはできな。
I get hard, rock hard.
どういうことだ。いつの間にそんな大きく。
Before I knew it, it was just like this. The only people here are me, Taika, and Yagao. No one else could have caused it. And there's just no way Yagao could have made me hard.
また関節外すわよ。
Seeing Taika get bullied excited me. That can only mean one thing. Jesus Christ. He has a fetish for being a sadist. I might just be a sadist who gets off on bullying girls. That's the only thing I can think of.
ということなら話が早いわね。
Nice.
ここにいるのは女王と呼ばれた私、夕顔はずき。どんなきついプレーでも伝授してあげるわよ。
I happen to have the perfect teacher nearby. You are the first thing that comes to mind when I think of a sadist.
言っておくと、私は S ではないわ。
She's not actually an S. Okay, you're not an S. Then, what are you?
ただ人が不幸な目に遭ってるのが好きなだけよ。
There could be no better person for the job. I did it myself. All I need now is for Taika to be on board. Hey, Taika, think you're in? She looks at me, eyes quivering in some confusion.
よろしくお願いします。
She lets out a slight nod.
それで、坊やはどんなプレーがお好みなのかしら。
Can you teach me something that's good for beginners?
ムチ打ち、爪はぎ、三角木馬。一番得意なのは電気攻めよ。
嫁入り前だぞ。もっとまともなのはねえのか。
アイアンメイデンとか。
I prefer something that doesn't leave scars.
じゃあ縄にでもしときましょうか。
Oh, yeah, this is a classic one. Not that I've ever been with that, but She pulls a coil of rope from the podium.
なんかあったわ。
This is a sex room after all. Looks like it's fully stocked. We tie it around Taika's body.
そこから股を通して。久しぶりだから記憶が。
Do I do it like this?
こそばゆいね。
I tie her arms tightly behind her back. After that, we untie her.
まだ中から垂れてきやがる。どれだけ射精したらこうなるのやら。
There's a stain on her pants, like she wet herself.
だが、当初の目標はこれで達成できたわけだ。
And I managed to get hard. Seeing Taika suffer made me come buckets. Too many stocks that I'm a sadist are pretty high.
そう判断するのは早計だが、可能性は大いにある。もっと試せばはっきりするな。
Yeah, I think so too.
そう、ならよかったわね。それじゃあ私は失礼するわ。夕方の便に乗るまでにヒメルや酒もぎのお土産を。
ちょっと待て、てめえ。私にあんな無様さらさせておいて。このままで帰れるなんて虫のいいこと考えちゃいねえよな。
は？私は協力を。何よその縄は。
Both of us brandished rope Taika had been bound in.
ちょっとやめなさい。夏美、もうかよ、夏美。 来なさい夏美、酒もぎでもいいわ、早く。
夏美姉さん、ルキアのひまいどまんじるセットだって食べてこうよ。
Masher is so cute.
シュワシュワで爽やかなお菓子、ラムネもおすすめ。
Oh yeah, Natsumi is showing a little bit of her hometown. Nice. Give it up.
私が危険なのよ、助けなさい夏美。
おいしい。
夏美。
こら修一郎、右足は乱暴に扱うなよ。そっとな。
Alright. Sincerely sorry.
気遣うくらいなら縛らないでくれるかしら。
So, we tied up Yagao. Suspending her looks like it would put too much pressure on her leg. So, we have her lie on the desk.
何を考えているのか知らないけれど、私とセックスなんてしても楽しくないわよ。
Why not?
足のせいで体位に限りがあるから。
Oh, sorry.
特別に許してあげる。ほどきなさい。
そいつはできないな。先生に教えられたことはきっちり復習しなくちゃならねえだろ。
何を言って。
I am a wreck. Incredibly a wreck. You're absolutely right, Sensei.
鼻持ちならない女をめちゃくちゃにしてやるのが一番興奮するな。
だったらどうして私のことを。
No one pisses me off more than you. If even Yagao gets me hard like this, that sells it. I'm a sadist. But I need more experimentation, more confirmation. I need to do what she doesn't want me to do.
修一郎、こういう女がされて一番嫌がるのは何だと思う？
Sex? Oh! Nakadashi.
妊娠は屈辱的だな。しかし精卵島に来てるってことはアフターピルくらい持ってるはずだ。それにおちんぽ。一物をぶち込まれたくらいじゃこういう女は何でもない。たかだか犬に噛まれたって程度のもんさ。
よくご存知ね。別に初めてでもないし、したければどうぞ。中出しでも何でも好きにしたらいいわ。
Base? Base? Yagao? What the fuck? Yagao, what the hell? Nakadashi. Just like that. Yagao Kashicho does seem like she wouldn't care much about being thrust into.
だが、こういうタイプにも弱点ってのはある。
Yeah?
ああ。挿入は良くてもフェラを嫌がるやつなんて5万といる。
Oh, I see. So that means I mount Yagao and bring my dick to her face.
こんな汚いものを私の顔に近づけるのは。
I don't put it in her mouth though. Instead, I go for her chest. Ah, okay, going for the second time. Let me with more questions than answers.
ああ、パイ釣りっていうのが良くなかったのかもしれない。
It sounds like we need another desk. Alright, you two take this.
修一郎、こいつは
Tie me up with this rope. I hand them the rope we've been using. The last 2 times, I was the M. I'm the only one who hasn't had the servant experience yet. If I don't let you two have a turn on me, that wouldn't be fair. It's not good to be fair. Good not to be fair. I think to myself.
まあてめえがそう言うなら。
お望み通りむちゃくちゃにしてあげましょう。
I remember something Sister Julia said. Ah! It was about the man the word sadist comes from. After whipping his partner, he had us turn around and whip him. My leg! My right leg! To take pleasure in that, apparently, is to be a real sadist. I didn't know he could twist like that! Ah! Unfortunately, it looks like I'm not one of them. Now, the classic place for a student date is the amusement park, which is why we came to the local one to wrap things up. Since we don't want to leave them out, we brought Otabe Shikikan and Sakamogi with us this time.
ジェットコースターですって
You guys fear of roller coasters or jet coaster? Looks like this one specifically called the 69 coaster.
上下逆さまでぐるぐる回るなんて正気の沙汰じゃないわ
We'll watch the bags, so you three can go ahead.
待ちなさい私は昔の事故で乗り物は
さっきは散々私のことをいじめてくれたんだこれくらい一緒に乗ってくれるよな先生
わけのわからないことを私を助けなさい夏美
大丈夫ですよ。
は
今の葉月さんならきっと平気です。
本当に強くなったわねお前
Looks pretty fun. Looks pretty fun. Oh, Mashiro's so cute. Sure does. There's a spot at the 69 Coasters ticket station where they show pictures of the moment the car drops from the peak.
この A の3番を1枚ください。
I had to wonder to myself who would want to buy a portrait of a face so twisted in terror.
あの人写真嫌いだからこういう時じゃないと。
Oh. Huh. True. I can't really imagine her giving the peace sign in front of a camera while she smiles. Hell, I can't even imagine her smiling. She can. Have you ever seen her smile? Sounds like a rare sight. Jesus Christ.
戻ってきたらこのざまだどうやら腰抜かしたらしい
私の早くおぶりなさい
承知。どうぞ葉月さん。
Just as Natsumi's Keikaku, I guess. Since the trio are heading back on the night ferry, we walk down to the port. Watabe Shikikan carries Yuga on her back the whole way.
まったくこれがプリズンの女王蜂って呼ばれた女帝の姿かね
She's died. Yuga just keeps on groaning, probably reliving trauma. Watabe Shikikan carries her on her back like she's light as a feather.
随分と楽しそうじゃないかそんな顔プリズンじゃついぞ見たことがなかった
楽しいよ。またこうして葉月さんを支えることができてとても楽しい。
She's gonna puke. But she's vomiting.
それでもいいんだ。
Damn.
きっと夕暮れにしか咲かない花もあるんだよ。湊くん。
Vomiting? Does vomiting count for that? She smiles like she's joyful from the bottom of her heart. A few days later, I head off to the beach with Taika. To my surprise, she wanted to do some analog painting again, so I joined her. She's been so busy lately that she wanted to change of pace, so she brought her canvas, easel, and paints.
ラーレの経理も組の引き継ぎも大方型がついた悪いがちょっと付き合え
Really? I can come with you?
てめえがいないと意味ないんだよ、修一郎。まあ、修一郎。
She's running a crayon-like pencil over her canvas while I munch on some bread.
私は成り行きで大親分なんて呼ばれるもんになっちまった。旗への血もあってか、他人よりも才覚があった。けどな、本当は組長なんて柄じゃなかったんだ。
Really? I thought you did your job pretty well.
てめえは私をそんな風に褒めてくれるかな。本当はどこにでもいる人間なんだよ。私の子供の頃の夢、何だったと思う？
An assassin.
笑うなよ。お嫁さん。
Wow. Housewives need stamina and guts. So, that's basically like being Yakuza. I can see it.
そういうことじゃねえんだが。
You man, she just said she doesn't mean it like that. She didn't mean it by that way. Anyway, she lifts her brush into the paint bucket, adding light colors to the paint picture.
死んだお母様がとても優しい人だったんだ。いつも穏やかで、私は大好きだった。才能は父親を引き継いだみたいだが、気性はそっちに似てるんだろうさ。私はこうして絵を描きながら静かに暮らすのが本当は一番好きなんだ。
She puts her brush down.
だからさ、早く一人前になって私を甘えさせてくれよな、兄弟。
I see her painting. It's me, looking at the sea with a smile on my face. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. It's almost 2 hours just reading, so I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Actually, not back. This is more like 2-ish days later. So when I took the break, I actually went to sleep. Then it's Saturday. Then I felt like I'm just gonna play Night the whole day, and then it's Sunday. Yeah. Anyway, we're still have a lot more, so let's get started. Peaceful time passes a lot faster than I expected. A significant number of months have passed since I came to Seirin Island.
修一郎、また身長伸びた？なんかでかくなった気がする。
How young exactly is Shu-chan, like, in the start of the story? Was he like 16? Because I remember, like, the age that you can get into prison is really young in Japan compared to what I thought. Like, I thought you'd be... you need to be like of legal age to go to prison, otherwise you go to juvenile. But like, I remember, I think it was in the first or second upload, I searched up the minimum age you can go to prison in Japan. I think it was 13? You know what? Let me do that right now. Minimum age to get in prison, Japan. 14. So you could be as young as 14 years old and you'll go to jail. That's why I guess a lot of people were like saying Shu-chan was really young. He could be 14, he could be 16. I mean, he only finished elementary or middle school. They were so young. They were really young, man. 14 years old. Holy shit. What's the minimum age to get in prison? Minimum age to get in prison, US. There's no set minimum age for incarceration in adult prison, as it's determined by state laws and individual circumstances. While most jurisdictions have a juvenile court system for those under 18, cases can be waived to adult. Okay. Children below age 14 can only face incarceration if they're proven. No, I'm looking for something else. Incarceration proven to have enough discernment between right and wrong. Incarceration starting at age 14. Oh, okay, so that's a thing. 14. I don't know, man. I'm not gonna do anything to get me landing in prison anytime soon. At least in the US. But like, damn, I didn't know. I always thought like juvenile is like you gotta be like 18. Anyway, let's continue with the story. I still wanna play Night Rain today. I probably did. My knees were really hurting the day before yesterday.
男子っていうのは勝手に長くなっていきやがるな。
これは私たちがお姫様抱っこされるのも時間の問題で。
Ah, just like that, huh? He's so used to carrying girls now, huh? I can do that now. I'm keeping up with my push-ups. I'd expect him to at least do more than that, you know, because he was a minor, and he'd been through a lot of exercise himself. Yeah, maybe that's why he wasn't good at ball games before, because he never did the type of exercise he's doing right now.
てめえな、やるときは一声かけてからにしろ、この。
He also became a stud again in this round. Tie.
ずるじゃないですか、ずるじゃないですか。私が言ったのに。
Too bad for Noah.
次私。
Our days together are as fun as ever. Then, one day, a certain prisoner comes to Seiren Island after finishing her sentence.
やれやれ、こんなところに戻ってくることになるとは。まったく、因果なもんですね。
Okay, I'll read Nuketashi one of these days, okay, guys?
この海風と腐った精子が混ざったような空気、胸焼けしてうんざりしてきますよ。さて、この格好じゃ目立つし、ほとぼりが冷めるまでどこかに身を隠しますか。ここなら1ヶ月ぐらい野宿しても投資することはありませんし。
Someone approaches her.
姉さん。
A bespectacled woman who looks just like Hanamaru.
帰ってくるなら連絡してください。刑務官の方が電話してくれなかったら危うく出迎えもできないところでしたよ。山岸のやつ、この後に及んで余計なことを。はいはい、すみませんでしたね。ご苦労様です。誠にお世話様でした。もう二度と姉さんには迷惑かけませんから、さようなら。もうその手には乗りませんよ。ほら、来てください。
Nesan, there's something that's been on my mind this whole time. Why was it that Hanamaru helped me back then?
ずいぶん大きくなったじゃありませんか、ゆうくん。
The reunion scene at the port probably answers that.
おかえりなさい、リン。ただいま。
I decided to keep quiet and head back to the office. Wow, what a stalker guy. Just kidding. Anyway, that evening, we haven't sold a single copy this week either. Our game isn't selling at all, as usual. Zero profits for the month.
我が社の総予算は現在非常に切迫しています。
How much do we have?
7万円です。
そんなに。
なので、ラーレ緊急事態体制を発令します。可能な限り節制してこの危機を乗り越えましょう。はい、せーの。
By the way, if you're watching this, don't forget to actually buy Hentai Prison. If you like it, support the devs. Because this shit's good. So actually buy it. I actually have a tendency to buy collector's edition. I don't know if Henpri has one. Chiku Umina Aojashin. I ended up buying the Switch one. I haven't checked out if Henpri has one, so I'll probably look for one. Anyway.
切り詰めてやるぜベイビー
Yes. I like how they use that now. We decide to save as much as we can stretch. We can to stretch out the budget. I want more money myself, so I take the initiative to be frugal. Yugao made a handy list of ways to save for us. Of course, Yugao's the best for that.
電気は消して使ってない機器はコンセントを抜く。エアコンは一度つけたらむしろ消さない。
Yeah, it's a thing. Turning on and off electronics is more power intensive than actually keeping it on. Anyway, you're learning from Sensei right now, right? She comes from a poor family, so she's a master of frugal living.
いらないものまで買いたくなるからお店に行くのは最低限。コストがかかるからセールは本当に安くなった時以外はスルーする。
Cook rice all at once and freeze it. Got it. Yeah, that's what I actually also do. But freezing it is actually better than refrigerating it unless you're trying to make fried rice. But if you're gonna eat it if you're gonna use it for like every other meal, freeze it. The quality is so different versus like the just refrigerating the rice. The quality's way better. Speaking of food, I got some bread crust here. If you don't have like a special container for like, freezing and microwaving it, I use before that I used to use like a cling wrap that's microwavable, and I just store it in the freezer, then I just microwave it and it's just fine. But the microplastics, oh yeah, that's a thing. that might be a thing. But then again, we're already due from years back. The moment you were born. No, maybe even before you were born. Your Okasan already had the microplastics, so you were already fucked to start with. But anyway, I picked it up at the Bukake Bakery near the port. It's a pretty popular shop that wholesales to the neighborhood school too. I gathered them up and made them the same length. I get the soybeans. We got a good saute until they're nice and brownish. Grind them up. I then grind them up with a mortar and pestle I borrowed and made them into powder. Homemade kinako. Some nice soybean flour. After that, I mix them with sugar and coat the bread crust with the whole thing. Noah, want some?
これって何です
You should always share the fruits of your cooking with your neighbor. It's good to know he knows how to cook. It's a snack I just made. First time. So, I don't know if it's good or not.
腹が膨れるなら何でもいいですね。ここじゃ何でも足りないですから。
I'm having a surprisingly good time being on the frugal beat.
お、案外美味しい。
Wow, he's improving. I wish his tea-making skills are better though. Fills you up for only 40 yen. This kind of creative self-sufficiency really suits me.
まさか自分がこんな生活を送ることになるとは思いませんでした。自販機でジュース1本買えませんから。
How do they pay the electricity bills? Or maybe it's because they're putting everything into like game development that they can't even buy drinks from a vending machine. Yeah, you did used to have 20 million in the bank.
ですが極貧もあさってまでのことです。この仕事が終わり次第、すぐ報酬を振り込んでもらうことになってますからね。
Then she doesn't have any programming to do for the company. Noah's been doing some freelancing on the side. That's a lot of money if you know where to find it. And looks like the company of the person who rescued me has been passing her work. The programming language they're using happen to be the same.
いや、ゲームエンジンは C++ だから違いますよ。こっち Java ですし。
But you can still pull it off.
覚えました。一昨日くらいに。基本的な考え方は似たようなもんですから、一個が分かれば他を習得するのは簡単なんですよ。それに私、やろうと思ってできなかったことあんまりありませんから。
All I can comment is that, well, we already know Noah's really smart, but like as someone who actually codes for a living, I guess if you're working with something like this, then there doesn't seem to be a deep reason to be rooted to use Java or C++. if you're working with basic principles. I don't know. Unless you're optimizing something, but for that, you know, that's something you can't pick up in a single day, man. But anyway, no, I mean, of course, we're talking about a fucking VN with like insanely smart people, okay? But still, you know, realistically, nah, you can't do that. I mean, if it's actually kind of something that's kind of agnostic to the language you're using, then, you know, there's really no good reason, you know. I mean, you know what? Never mind. Let's continue right now. Noah always has a video site open on the job. Apparently, Let's Plays are perfect background noise while you work. Yeah, I'm actually on my second monitor. There's a Night Ring street playing right now. Never mind.
配信はいいですね。お金かからずに楽しめて、しかもゲームをやった気にまでなれます。
As a game developer, that description gives me complicated feelings.
ソシャゲかコンシューマーゲームばっかりですよ。私らには縁のない界隈です。
It's over for visual art/key. She has a browser up on her second monitor that always has some sort of stream playing.
近頃はこのバンバンザイハピカッカとこっちの不死鳥をモチーフにした平等院スザクちゃんにハマってるんです。
Suzaku? Phoenix? It feels like she's getting her mythical birds all jumbled up.
清楚な外見から初代ポケモンの鳴き声みたいな声を出すのがたまらなくって、一体どこから出てるんですかね。
With her mouth, I glance at the site's livestream section. As all video game streamers, you can't play Eroge on the site.
このサイトでは無理ですが、R18OK なところもありますよ。例えばこれとか。
Actually, is there like a Twitch? You know what? Never mind. Because I think if there was such a thing like as a Twitch that allows you to stream Eroge content, it's probably just a straight up live cam website or some shit. I doubt it. There's like websites straight up just for Eroge. Unless there is. Nah, I'm sticking to YouTube, man. So I have a lot of stuff to cut after I'm done recording everything.
スビッチです。
Oh. There sure are a lot of sites in the world.
最近はチンベルを鳴らすと催眠術にかけられる男が意識を失った人間の体って案外重たいということに気づき、自由に体位を変更するために筋トレを始めた改作。
I knew the reference to this.
チンベル何回鳴らすがブーム中です。
Oh.
面白いですよ、チナラ。
You said that's interesting. There sure are a lot of tastes in the world. Yeah, I also know that some folks actually upload full Eroge Let's Plays in some porn site or whatever. Yeah, I remember watching like the whole playthrough of like fucking, I don't know, Olo Anorexia. with the, for me it's the best. For me the best is the Medusa and Sakura scene. I think there was at one point someone uploaded. I'm not sure. I'm misremembering. But I think someone uploaded like a voice version of that. That was the best. But I can't find it anymore. So I'm kind of doubting my memory if that was actually real or I was just imagining it. But I do remember watching it. That was the best.
出来上がったら肉でも食べましょう。私めちゃ焼肉の気分です。周一郎にもお小遣いあげますよ。
Wow, she's a baller. You don't need to. I don't need any money. I don't make myself. Noah's quiet efforts in coding for outside clients have served us as our main source of income. I'm the one who said we should do what we can, but I do feel bad that she's shouldering most of the work.
お前が気にする必要はありません。
Still, she answers me with a smile.
これまで請求が過ぎましたからね。これからはのんびり行きましょうよ。人生のうちこういう期間があってもいいもんですよ、きっと。
いや、全然良くないよ。
Yo, Sovereign. Nice. I love to see Sovereign, man. Her Nessan, however, is not taking it easy.
全部丸く収まって全て元さやみたいな感じになってるけど、私一人だけ職を失ってるんだが。
So, she's freeloading here? Oh, wait, I'm making an assumption she's unemployed. Oh, right. Sovereign ended up fired for her connections with me. Everything ended up cleanly. And so happily that I've completely forgotten. Jesus Christ, you-chan.
このままだと来月には失業保険も切れて生活ができなくなる。
Oh, she is unemployed. Don't you have savings?
あったんですが、なんか気づいたら減ってたそうで。
だって家賃もかかるし、食費削るのって難しいし、税金も払わなきゃいけないし。
So she couldn't adjust her living and she didn't. And I don't know why she couldn't find a job. Or maybe she didn't find a job. It sure is hard to suddenly drop your quality of life. I think to myself.
読みたい本もあるし、化粧品買わなきゃいけないし、シングルのトイレットペーパー使いたくないし。
The only thing worth it there is the one-ply toilet paper. Don't use one-ply, man. That's pain. She really needs to take a page from Yagao's book. I think to myself. Sounds like you'll have to look for work then. So she wasn't looking for a job.
そう、仕事を探さなきゃいけないんだ。分かっているんだよ。そろそろ働かなきゃいけないって自分でも分かってるんだけど、なのに
But, well,
全く仕事がしたくない。
you know, there was a time I used to feel like that during one of my slight in between jobs, but like I realized at the 6th month I want to work, man. I can't do 6 months. Actually, around the 3rd month, because around month 4 to 6 it felt like suffering, but around the 1st month to the 3rd month I was totally chill, just doing my own thing. But around the 4th month it was like, man, I want a job, man. I want to go back to working. I never want to be unemployed ever again. Jesus Christ, man. For almost the same reason as why Sovereign, Sovereign can handle changing her lifestyle, but the moment you feel like you have to change your lifestyle, it fucking sucks, man. So I rather wage. Anyway, Sovereign has overcome every obstacle she's faced in life with sheer effort and guts.
動こうとは思ってる。今すぐにでも履歴書を書くとか、職業訓練所とかやれることはいっぱいある。
Every time she's hit a wall, she's been able to power through it with all her grace alone.
でも何にもやる気が起きなくて、体がだるくて、全然集中力が持たなくて。
She still has her eye bags though. I wish they removed that to emphasize that now she's living life happily now, aside from unemployment. So it's possible that recall from all of that is coming back to hit her now. She had burnout naturally.
それでも明日こそは絶対にやろうって
心の中では思うんだ。
The absolute recall of sprinting for 25 years. She's just 25. Am I that old? I'm way older than 25. Oh, dang it, man.
でも朝になると布団から起き上がれないんだ。くそ。
It feels like it's coming back in a big way.
いいじゃないですかお姉ちゃん。すぐに私が養ってあげますから。
Well, you heard her.
でもいつまでもこのままというわけには。
大丈夫ですよお姉ちゃん。頑張らなくたっていい。仕事なんてしなくたっていい。私はあなたが姉でいてくれるだけで満足なんです。だからお姉ちゃんは何もしなくていいんです。ただ生きていてさえくれればね。
この妹は私をダメにする。
Thank God. Sovereign. Don't take that. Don't take that. I know exactly what you mean.
これじゃ子供部屋おばさんならぬ妹の部屋おばさんだぞ。
Bruh. Please tell me you guys aren't one of these. Okay, I totally understand if you live the Lita Nito life, man. I totally understand, but like... man. After 6 months of that, I don't want to do it ever again, but if you can live for years, like, I know someone who's been doing that for like 15 years at this point, and they don't feel compelled to find a job. Damn. Yeah, that's even worse.
なんで相互扶助関係にあるんだからいいじゃありませんか。私も幸せですよ。
Noah is cursed with incredible economic viability and a tendency to spoil her on Imoto. So, Onesan. So, she probably leaves Sofra in ruin. Isn't there anything you want to try? Like, professionally?
ないことはないけど。でも全然現実的じゃないんだ。もっと地に足のついていて堅実な仕事を探さないと。頭では分かってるのにどうしてもやる気が出てこない。やる気が出ないなんてダメ人間の言い訳そのものだ。
It looks like Sovereign's already shakily mental state is in full breakdown.
長い間経歴が空白のままだと余計就職が難しくなるって言うし、不安だ。お金がないのに仕事する気にもならないなんて私は人間失格だ。なんてダメなやつなんだろう。
Something about money and it's over for her. Why can't I find or something like that? Anyway, she starts beating herself up.
自分がすごく情けないよ。
Cheer up, genki dashite.
精神が不安定なせいかな。お前の入れてくれたコーヒーもすごくまずく感じる。ごめんな。
Jesus Christ, Yu-chan, what the fuck, man? Apparently he can cook something good, but he can't mix for shit. His tea, his coffee, it's so bad. Well, the only person who tasted his cooking is Noah, and Noah tends to be biased anyway. And I am, yeah. Realistically, she needs to solve her money problem. But, well, I'm sure life is longer than any of us think. How about we start with a walk?
わかった。
病院にも行きましょう。付き合いますから。
You should just take her time looking for that job. I think to myself. Around then, a certain someone comes to visit me. Yo! Hinako, holy shit. I miss her. Mayonnaise-san, Minato Hinako.
すごく心配したんだから。もう悪い子。本当に悪い子だね。
Sincerely sorry.
何でもいい。しゅうちゃんさえ戻ってきてくれたら。
That's truly his Onesan if she could instantly figure out that's him. I am, and I've been fine.
髪もこんなに伸びて
It's a wig.
なんでもいい。しゅうちゃんさえ戻ってきてくれたら
In society at large, I'm a wanted criminal.
しゅうちゃんが死んじゃったなんて立ち直るなんて無理だよ。私はこれからどうやって生きていったら
He basically said something about her learning about Shu-Chen dying, and then she basically said, how could she live with herself or something like that? How could I live on or something like that, you know what? Anyway, this made communicating with my Onesan that I was alive and had a reason for breaking out of prison difficult.
はあ、港ひな子さんのお宅でお間違いないっすか？
Okay, so this is the favor he asked him to ask our guy to do. After all, she was the person I was most likely to contact after my escape.
不老者風のチンピだ
I finally managed to make contact with her about a month ago. More than a good year after my prison break.
こんなに大きくなって前までお姉ちゃんと変わらなかったのにすっかり大人の顔つきに
Well, so much for his disguise. Well, they could always think he's just a crossdresser then. I waited until things cooled down. And now, I'm finally able to see her again.
しゅうちゃんとっくに死んじゃったと思ってたから本当にもう生きててよかった
Yeah.
もうお姉ちゃん置いてどこかに行かないでねしゅうちゃん
I am truly sorry, Nesan. Our reunion is one filled with warmth. Anyway, this is my Onesan.
はじめまして姉の港ひな子です弟がいつもお世話になっております
When I introduce her, everyone in the company, the sovereign, has their mouths agape.
これまたとんでもない美人が来ましたね
ミートソースしゅうちゃん好きだもんね冷凍して小分けにしたからチンしてね減塩だからお塩足してね足しすぎはダメね
化粧しなくても綺麗なので
こっちのタッパーは
てっきり港の空想上の存在だとばかり
これはブリをつけといたから焼けば照り焼きになるからねそれからお洋服シャツにパンツに靴下に
Bruh, it's over for Sovereign, man. Look at Sovereign, man. She's a beautiful skin, hafu with that Eurasian blood on her. She'd look really pretty in person, I think. But then when she says that Minato's Onesan is like really pretty without even makeup, it's truly over for her, man.
ご飯だ美味しそう豪華
He really is something, huh?
まあうちの姉の方が格段に美しく食べてますね素直にありがたい
今すぐ食べちゃおうかお台所貸してもらえたらミートソースの上に半熟卵乗っけましょう
You want to throw down? Oh, I guess Hinako made some lunch, I guess.
食べる
なんかすごいこっぱずかしいから
Oh, they both say they wanted to eat that. Something with meat sauce.
ここがしゅうちゃんの会社かちゃんとゲーム作ってるんだね結局声ってどうしたのもうリリースしたって聞いたけどつけなかった誰か
Oh yeah, Hinako's a voice actor. Not only that, a VTuber.
ハラペーニョソース使うてめえにはまだちょっと早いか
Talking about jalapeno sauce. Anyway, we had some people help us out.
私にやらせてください面白い喘ぎ声を出すのには自信があります
I had no idea how word got to them, but a bunch of women bombed me out of
ど
nowhere.
こかにゴールキーパーとかキャッチャーのやつあるこの人それ一番うまいから
I turned them down at first, but they seemed to have game-making experience.
変態超能力で戦う恋愛バトルものか割とオーソドックスな内容ね
When I tested them out, they were a lot better than expected.
この子学生さんなんだけどお姉さんにできるかな
I guess they were talking about like what role they could play or something. There were a lot of them too, so I ended up asking them to do the whole thing. They even lent us audio recording equipment and hell like you wouldn't believe.
いいなあ。私も事務所入ってなかったら手伝えたのに。何かしたかったな。
Oh, Hinako never does eroge or any adult related content though, but like I guess for Shu-chan she doesn't care. I mean, she was willing to help out with like a prison break and all. I mean the whole thing in Noah's route. Defeating both Agatsuma and Yugao.
お姉さんは女優さんだとかって。
ああ、声優なんです。あんまり売れてないから全然有名じゃないですけど。
そういえばところどころアドバイスをもらってたのもお姉さんでしたね。へえ、
There you go. Spellbound by the spaghetti. The two wear absolutely enchanted eyes. I can imagine you if you weren't listening to the background audio, you'd be weirded out by like the whole Spellbound by the spaghetti because they never once mentioned about the spaghetti in text. But since we were listening earlier and I heard they were talking about lunch or something and then meat sauce, you know.
何のアニメ出てるんですか？ああ、アニメは養成所出てすぐにモブくらいしか。鬼滅出てますか？
Bruh, it's over. What is this normie trash? I wish Kimetsu would. You know what? They really shouldn't have allowed Kimetsu to drag out as long as it did right now. It's truly over for UFO Table at this point. They're kind of hard stuck with Kimetsu, and they're really obviously dragging out Kimetsu, you know. Jesus. It's a work that has been finished for so long. I get it that during the pandemic years, Kimetsu literally saved Japan's economy. You better search that up. They literally did save Japan's economy when everything was in lockdown. But they really should have stopped dragging it out, considering the work was already done years and years ago. Like, yeah.
そのリアクションが一番しんどい。
ドラえもんの声やってみて。
一番はこっちかもしれない。
Say you really have it rough. I think to myself.
父母のご出身なんですか？私の友達も昔何人も受けて失敗したって。
So she asked about their Shichigahama thing, and then she knows someone who went there. Anyway, not interested, Noah. Didn't you go to that music school?
だからこそ役者崩れは5万と見てきたんですよ。声優なんて大して珍しくもありませんって。
Yeah, some voice actors seiyus should start from like some acting background. I think to myself, because ones that are well in Japan, I think that it's much more. They have a much more formal program of it, but like outside Japan, you can tell the difference between actors if they had like a acting background behind it and then they become a voice actor. But I don't know, man. It's not a clear path. But that's just my opinion. Some people just straight up don't know how to act. They have a good voice, but like because they can't act, you know, I feel like they're limited with how much they can express. But that's just my opinion, man. I'm not a voice actor, so I don't know. But based on what I know of good voice actors, the ones that with acting backgrounds are much more impactful. But you know, it's not always like that.
お姉さん特徴的な声だとは思いますけど、それで食っていけるかどうかはまた。
VR で配信を。
She's super interested. She mentioned something about being VTuber, I guess.
魂の方なんですか？
ああ、でも内緒で。
差し支えなければお名前を。
平等院スザクって。
Oh, she's the streamer she's watching. Nice. She's so mega interested. No one else seems to recognize the name.
なんで知らないんですか。 V の中でも有名な紳士店の5人のうちの1人ですよ。
Imagine if your sister was like, I don't know, one of the. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of VTubers, okay? So I only have the normie names in mind, like Gura and the one Kojima's advertising lately that we're gonna see in my Death Stranding scenes stream in June 26th.
四天王なのに5人。
This is apparently the nomenclature. I don't know why I can't pronounce that properly.
私はオクターしてるだけだけど、そこまで言われるとちょっと照れる。
私陰性です。メンバーシップも入ってます。今 M2 です。
Damn, man. You remember every subscriber? Okay, maybe some if you're kind of small, but if you're like in the millions, man.
そうなんだ。しゅうちゃんのお友達だとなんか恥ずかしいね。
She obviously doesn't know her.
よかったらあれ、有名なあれお願いします。
Wow. Look at how Noah shaked there. I really like that.
席助かる。
These are all her selling points, apparently.
へえ。
Sovereign's like, you can tell she's jealous. The VTuber Noah Zentu is Mayonnaise-san. I knew that, but I probably never actually told her.
じゃあ声優の柊美奈子の方も芸名なんですね。
声優名まで知ってくれてるんだ。
魂まとめてる前世ウィキで読みました。
悪意なく言われると返事に困るわ。
そういうことでしたらぜひいつまでもここにいていただいて。今お茶入れます。
They're getting along well.
なんか妹取られたみたいで複雑な気分。
でも猫も待ってるから。みんなはしゅうちゃんと一緒に住んでるんだよね。
ああ、弟さんはうちの社長だよ。この中で一番偉い。
そうなんだ。だったらそのしゅうちゃんの恋人はこの中にいるの？
Oh, she has a blush sprite. Well, yeah, I can't remember if she did that in Izumi's route. But, you know.
あの子も年頃だからね。ちょっと気になって。ちゃんとお付き合いしてる人がいるならご挨拶が必要だものね。
恋人はいない。
誰も付き合ってはいない。
全員フリーです。
そうなんだ。ごめんね、なんか勘違いしちゃって。
でも特別な関係。
兄弟杯くらい特別。
めちゃスペシャルと言っても過言ではありません。
それは具体的にはどういう？
エッチした。
中出しも。
It's over for Noah. Well, who knows? Shu-chan might end up like the Hokkaido man. If you don't know the Hokkaido man, search up the Hokkaido man. Has 5 wives or some shit in IRL. He's bringing back the birth rates in Japan, I guess.
なの、2人ともじゃあ二股で。それはちょっと問題なんじゃ。
全然平気。
ピルも服用してるし。
そうなんだ。紅林さんは。
Damn, Noah. It's truly over.
私はまだしてないので、今のところ平気です。あれ、ノアはまだしてないのか？
Raw easily beat you, man.
思ったより奥手じゃないか。てめえが井の一番に役を抱くと思ってたのに。
そのつもりだったんですが、早くした方がいいよ。
そうだ。私ら死ぬ時もやる時も一緒だって。あの寒いプリズンの監獄で誓い合ったじゃねえか。
What the hell did they make that promise about fucking together?
それはそうなんですけど、
I can imagine.
やっぱり不況だな。青蘭島って今は閉鎖的だから仕事も少ないし、それよりも本島に行った方が。
I can imagine Hinako's kind of awkward about the whole thing, despite her asking that question anyway.
お姉ちゃ
なんだ
ん、お姉ちゃん、
なんだどうした？
どうやったら修一郎とエッチする流れに持っていけると思いますか？
I guess your usual sisterly conversation, I guess.
それをかなり年が離れているのに一度も彼氏ができたことない姉に聞くの？
You know, considering that every route, every scene we had so far has him involving sex with the main girl and a former kashicho, we might have it. The Shimaidon, man. I'm excited for that.
だって他に相談できる人いませんし、お姉ちゃんに聞いてほしいですし。
やっぱりお前怖。悪意がないのがより怖いよ。
なんでね、なんで
エッチって私未だに少女なのに怖。なるほど。他のみんなはもう経験したのにノアだけ仲間外れにされてると。
仲間外れにされてるっていうか、私が悪いんですよ。二人はいろいろ考えてインポの修一郎を勃起させるように頑張ったわけです。でも私愛想も良くないですし、エッチな雰囲気作るのも苦手ですし、色気もあんまりないですし、タエカみたいにギャップもないですし、イスミみたいに積極性もないですし、このままだと私だけ置いてかれちゃいそうで。
なるほど。あれだったらお姉ちゃん直接行ってきてあげようか。
やめてください、恥ずかしいです。
そうか。あの二人は先に港へアプローチをかけていて、もうエッチがやりやすい雰囲気を作っている。加えて二人はいろいろな手段で場を盛り上げ、高い満足度を。待てよ、そういえばそんな本最近読んだような。今ノアが言っていたようなことをそのまま問題点として扱っていたんだ。
Really likes reading up self-help books and all.
そんなものが何の本ですか？
経営戦略特論 A。
What? On top of that, wait, those that already have approached him and made, a mood between them, a mood where it's easy to have sex. On top of that, they use a bunch of ways to make things more exciting, to increase partner satisfaction too. Why are we reading a business book right now?
経営戦略。
あったあった、ここだ。
Wait, she has the book on her hand?
マーケットには先行者利益というものがあり、市場全体を独占することで高い利益を獲得することができる。また顧客満足度やニーズを高く維持し、コストを上げることで同業他社の新規参入は大変難しいものとなる。
私だ。
But, well, I don't know. I don't know about the business climate in Japan, but yeah, monopolies don't. Okay, never mind.
な、
そうか、私は後発企業と同じだったんだ。だから参入障壁が高かったんですね。
Her inspiration on how to get sex with him is from creating a startup company and business and shit.
やっぱり早く動いた人間って有利だよな。
そういう場合はどうしたらいいんですか？
巨大資本をぶっ込んで市場をめちゃくちゃにしろって。
資本がないんですよ、資本が。今更出遅れたことを嘆いても遅いし、だからといって持ち前のエッチさもないし。
We're talking about Noah's cute.
どうしたらいいんでしょう、お姉ちゃん。
そうだな。初期アドバンテージもなくサービスでの差別化も図れないんだとすれば、利便性を向上させるとか。
Increase convenience? What does that look like for Noah then? Mayonnaise-san spent the night at the office, enjoyed a lot of conversation with the crew, and went home before long.
おいおいおいおいおいおい体にだけは気をつけてね。みんなと仲良くね。ゲームのことも頑張って。お姉ちゃんにできることは全部協力するからね。
Thanks for everything. I'll leave that thing to you. Why is it on some days he has to wear the disguise and on other it's Hinako. But on some other days he just straight up wears what his usual hoodie.
こっちの出身の知り合いに何人か声かけてみるから、ちゃんと夜は寝てご飯も食べてね。
Ah, there is one thing I wanted to ask you to do. That's important.
どうしたの？
Take this too. Okay, it's ready. This tea is perfect. I practiced it 1,000 times. There's no way it doesn't taste great. 10 out of 10. A once in a decade work. No question in my mind that it is it. It was very painful to see Mayonnaise as she cried all the way back to the ferry. But I'm sure she'll come back to visit eventually. I think I'll have someone drink my work of art. So, I get back to thinking about our financial policy. No. Alright, welcome back. Unfortunately, I had a lot to skip because, long story short, the moment I cut, so in the office, Noah was already naked and all. So, yeah. They had sex. Then somehow we moved to the beach. And somehow, yeah, you could see Sofra and Noah did it. They did it. And Sofra eventually learned how to enjoy the man juice eventually. Anyway, sometime after that, Sofra started working a new job. It was in a small theater in a small town. My voice at my Seiyu Onesan used some connections to find a troupe in search of actors. So she went to the famous Shichigahama. She got in pretty easily.
今から塾講師のアルバイトがあるんだ。他にも警備とかコンビニとかいろいろ。
That's a lot of part-time jobs. Man, she's stuck in part-time job hell. But you know, she feels like a person who can do a lot of things. But that's also the problem. She can do a lot of things, but I guess she's not a master of. Yeah, she's that type. She's the versatile type, but not a master of one. I don't know. Since you can't make it as a small town actor, Sofrin picked up a bunch of part-time jobs.
さあ、これから忙しくなるぞ。気合い入れてかないとな。
As long as she has a goal, Sofrin has unlimited horsepower. Sorry, your Nessen's gone off again.
仕方がありませんよ。あんなに楽しそうな顔をするお姉ちゃん、久しぶりに見ました。
Oh, because she drank Shu-chan's man juice and Noah was looking her down there. Is that it? Is that the answer? That was a good Shimaidon scene. You guys need to play this. If only for that, if you want to. Shame, she had to leave. How about you, Noah? Don't want to do any acting anymore?
私はあの会社がいいんです。あそこには姉以外の家族がいます。それに私がいたらまた役を取っちゃいますからね。
Thank God Noah realized that. Noah watches Sofrin hop and spin happily from afar, love in her eyes. Later, she goes right back to quietly working hard in the office.
冬は寒いので服を着ることにします。冷静に考えれば服を着ないなんてありえない行為です。野蛮人と言っても過言ではありませんね。
Yeah, so long story short, so in the office scenes, she was. Remember they talked about being convenient and making herself very convenient. So the entire time in the office, she was naked, and she was like, "Oh, You can use me as however you want, or something like that. I'm naked, so if you feel like wanting to have sex right now, just do it. Just do it here.
けどしたくなったらいつでも全裸になりますよ。お前のために。
I honestly think Noah's of all the three herons, I think Noah is the most in love with Shu-chan when she falls in love with him. That's just my opinion, but like I think Noah, because we know Noah really goes crazy when she's in love, and therefore she also shows it the best, I think. Since then, Noah's been working a lot harder. Actually, at the beginning of when I first read at the beginning of Henpri, no, this is literally the first time I read Henpri. I didn't like Noah as much, but after going to her route, I thought her rise, she became my best girl of the main tree. But I think I like Sovereign the best though. As unironically Sovereign Noah than Julia or Taika? I don't know. I can't remember who's my third. Or they're in between. I don't know, man. Izumi is fourth if we put those two in tie and Yuga last. There's nothing bad about Yuga, but her whole schlick kind of gets boring once you've been through like 4 routes of the same shit. Except like the grand route made her a little bit more humble, but like she returned to her queen bee personality, which kind of gets boring for me after seeing her like that for 4 routes. Anyway, she stays late in the office a lot more too. I feel kind of bad about it.
私ばっかり仕事して損だなんて考えてると思ってます？
She seems to look at it completely differently.
自分で言うのもなんですが、私家族にはベロベロに甘いんですよ。
That's how she wraps it up.
さーて、今度は外部処理との連携をテストです。そしたらこの仕事も無事終了ですね。ねえ、今度はお寿司にしましょうよ。なんか私めちゃ魚が食べたい気分です。みんなで一緒に食べたらきっと最高に美味しいですよ。
You're right about that. Noah taps away at her keyboard like she always does. Her fingers light. Thanks to Noah's efforts, we're able to keep the company afloat. Expenses are still surprisingly high though, and we're always emptying our savings.
ほれ、まかないのチラシ持ってきてやったぞ。ちゃんと食いやがれ。
Man, this stat lunch is Shirashi. Holy shit, I'm so jealous. He really does work in a sushi restaurant. Man, you gotta have a sushi chef friend. Like a real, like a childhood friend. No, not a childhood friend. Like a really close one. And he'll just serve you some stat lunch. He's, I don't know. Nom 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 nom.
全員分作ってきてんだからよ。他のやつの分まで食うんじゃねえぞ。
Sometimes, when funds are low, Ozawa brings in the stat meals. He makes it work to keep us going.
普段は何食ってんだ？
White rice and soybeans. We got gifted. Oh yeah, Yugal gave them the soybeans. Wow. Oh, because you can grow. Yeah, you can grow green bean sprouts, and bean sprouts are easy to make. And it's almost unlimited considering he's gardening, right? I can see why that's I can see why Yugal gave him some soybeans. That's actually, you know what? I finally understood how the love cheap with soybeans and rice. Anyway. Since Osawa is training at a small restaurant, the food he brings over is always good. We're just about out of money to eat with.
の割には余裕そうな顔してやがんな。なんとかなる目処でもついてんのかよ。
No, but this kind of thing It's fun in its own way. No matter how bad things get, I know I can get through as long as I got my friends.
しかし性癖こだわりな。てめえはいつも変なもんで悩んでやがんな。
It's a really pressing issue.
人生の悩みは尽きないもんってか。ほれサラダも食え。偏った飯ばっか食わねえの。
Understanding the troubles of others is a difficult task. Sometimes an issue can seem inscrutable or trivial to others, while being a massive problem to the person in question. Hey, how is he doing?
さあな。まだいろいろ悩んでるみてえだったわ。
Who's he? The story may be over, but that doesn't mean all the problems have been solved. I see. As long as I'm alive, I'll keep on fighting.
ほら性癖探すならたっぷり精をつけねえとな。山芋のすりおろしども食っとけ秀一郎。
Man, Ozawa just makes food like that. He really got good, man. Man, I need an Ozawa friend. No, I mean... I mean, yeah, the good food, but like, I'll be a good friend if you can... What kind of friend relationship is that? It might be parasitic at that point. This rocks. That's why my troubles aren't going away either. Times like these call for talking with the person I trust the most.
なるほど、性癖。またわやなこと言い出しましたね、少年。
Oh, Eriko, nice. Oh shit, my mouse died. Fuck. Give me a second. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be right back. I have to plug my mouse. Okay, that should get my mouse back. Iguchi-sensei talks to me with the friendly tone she always does. After quitting her job at Tula Prison, she came to Seiren Island with the rest of the Lale crew. When they had no one or nowhere to turn to, it was she who brought them here.
ここ都心部は栄えてるけど、森の方は限界集落みたいになってんのさ。だからお医者さんはいくらいても問題ないのだ。
As of now, she operates a small clinic near a village.
天津くんがいなくなった後遺症、精神的不調も見られないみたいだし。いい傾向だね。頂上頂上。
I like even up to now she's still worried about us. Yeah, she's being a counselor. Thank you. She's been very active about house visits too, and is very well regarded. She ended up where I said she would, coincidentally. The plan we talked about before is going to take a lot of money, so I've been sending installments of 2,500 yen. That's more to suit my conscience than anything, really.
先生もそれがいいと思うな。けどね、罪の感情に押しつぶされたら元も子もない。大切なのは、そうすることで君の気持ちが楽になることだ。
I know. I'm doing this because I think it's what's necessary.
大人になったね、修一郎さん。そういえば、ソーニャさんはどうなった？最近見かけなくなっちゃったけど。
Oh, she's looking for Sonia-san. Anyway, nowadays she stops by the office regularly to have counseling sessions with me.
あ、元気になったんだ。そりゃよかった。うつって脳の病気だから、どんな人でもなるし、気をつけないと。
Oh, she was happy to hear that she's doing well, and she felt relief. It was worrying her or something. Anyway, worrying about her and something sick and something like that. Anyway, she doesn't charge, but I want to make it up to her someday. Nah, Higuchi sensei.
どうしたい？
I'm glad I got to see you again.
悪いものを見て見ぬふりするようなダメな大人でも？
When I first saw Higuchi sensei again outside of the prison, she looked a little haggard.
また会えて修一郎さんが助かって本当によかった。これからは君の心が平穏になるまで診察させてほしいんだ。それが私の仕事だと思うから。
Of course. How could I not? You're the second person who saved my life.
なに真面目な顔で言っちゃってくれてんだお主は。拙者も嬉しいに決まっておろうこいつ。
I love it when she gives me a noogie like this. No matter what happens, Higuchi sensei will always be one of my favorite people.
しかしセックス、あ、いや性癖か。そういうのは探そうと思って見つかるものなのかな。
What do you mean?
やっぱり人間経験で培われていく生き物だから、自然と生きてるうちにセックス、性癖もできてくると思うし、過去の経験とか実生活が直接そういうのに反映されるっていうのもあるかな。
Past experiences, huh? It sounded solid. I do have a fetish for exhibitionism, and that is based on past experiences. Perhaps then, if I took another look at myself and my past, I might be able to find a new fetish. Higuchi sensei, you always know what to say. She has a strangely empty look in her eyes, like she's staring into space.
セックス。
Oh. Oh. I guess she needed some of that, huh? Fetishes.
いやー、私もまたすごいところに来ちゃったもんだ。どこを見てもセックスセックスセックス。生活環境のギャップを痛感するわ。
そこもうちょい上。そこチンコマコ。
What does advanced vagina even mean?
アメンボ赤いなあいうえおまこきついなお言えば腹めよら。
ピル飲んでるから絡むことはないと思う。
私の口にチンポを入れるのです。あなたのチンポが真実ならばチンポはすぐに抜け、チンポに偽りがあるならばチンポを抜かれるでしょう。さあどうぞ。
私くらいの年の人も結構してるんだ。女性は30代から性欲が向上するっていう統計もあるし、割と理にかなって。
ダメだ、チンチン電車発車する。次は下関駅に着床します。
お出口は下の口です。こんなに小さい女の子の顎をお尻に入れられて興奮しちゃうなんて、無様なワンちゃん。
I think it's the same BA as the lolicon BA.
このメカチキン。
Higuchi sensei.
はい。
She twitches. Surprise.
ごめん。ちょっとぼーっとしてた。何でした？
I was thinking of looking for fetishes in my own past. The most influential part of my past was probably my whole life.
修一郎さんはプチネグレクトなお家だったよね。
Yeah, my parents didn't pay me much mind. And everyone I've fallen for. Hanamaru, Izumi, Noah, Taika. Oh, and you! And you! They've all been older than me.
私？
So, it makes me wonder. I'm probably looking for someone to mother me.
ちょい待ち。
Oh, she hold up or something like that. Higuchi sensei holds up a hand to stop me.
修一郎さんって先生のこと好きだったの？
Yeah, and I still love you.
ああ、それはお姉ちゃんみたいとか大人としてっていう親愛の意味じゃ
I do not.
なく、はい。
I think you're been my second most. What do you mean second most? Second most? It kind of feels bad to hear. Second most? Second most, beloved, ever since I got put in prison.
2番目の女
I feel like I've always said I like you.
言ってたけどてっきりお姉ちゃん的なね
The girls at Lolly are number one. I'm obligated to make them happy. I still really love you though.
えそれはつまりそのあれだ
I do want you to be happy.
もし先生がエッチしてって言ったらできるレベルの
Oh, we're getting an Aojashin there. Holy shit. I'll do it.
お
But I really only feel that way because I'm seeking maternity. I might be looking for a replacement mother in the other tree. But I think there's something wrong about that. It isn't good. It would be nice if liking other women was just a fetish with no more to it though. Higuchi-sensei?
こりゃ困った困りましたねこれは
She puts her head to her hand and seems to be really thinking.
あーなんでこんな感じになってるんだろうなんかすごい濡れてきてるし
Alright, we're so in.
私も性欲強くなった周りに当てられて都市的な問題もいや
Her face grows gradually redder.
いやバカだってダメだよダメこんなに年下の子だよ倫理的にさ私は医者なのに
Well, that never stopped a bunch of adults. Mind you, adults.
だってさすがにダメだよね自分の患者さんに手を出したりしたらでもカウンセリングなら
Oh, I guess this is the term they call sexual healing.
治療行為なら仕方がないかな
Her breath takes on a warm, husky feeling.
修一郎さんそれが母性を求める行為なのかそれとも年上が好きなだけか知りたい
I really, really want to know.
だったら今から先生とすること秘密にできる
I can. I hear her gulp. Oh man, she wants it hard.
じゃそれならじゃあしちゃおっかセックス
We're so in. And so I end up having sex with Higuchi-sensei. Can we?
任せて先生母子家庭でお母さんに甘えまくってたから大得意もちろんカウンセリングの一環として
Of course. She clears her throat and stands up. Higuchi-sensei gives off an oddly practical air as she prepares for sex.
ストッキング脱がなくてもいいかな拙者あんまり足に自信ござらんくて
What do I do to get in then?
破いちゃえばいいんだよ
She tears the stockings off her crotch without hesitation.
いいのこれ太ももの裏っ側伝線してっからショーツをずらしたらほらね
She leans forward and tucks her underwear to the side.
下半身はこれでいいとしてとりあえず白衣は
Oh, she's going for the full for the roleplay. What the fuck? You can keep it off.
おそうかね
Can't let this rare sprite get away. Yeah, she always wears the coat. So, her wearing casual clothes. I like this Fort wall break.
そうかねそうすると胸は出てた方がいいかブラは外してよく見える体勢だと
By the way, okay, welcome back. So by the way, Natsumi shows up, but she only shows up there to help Eriko. He doesn't have a sex scene with her, but Natsumi's just there to help Eriko because the way their sex position is like Eriko's straddled over Shu-chan, and then I guess she needs support, and then Natsumi shows up and then helps her carry the weight or some shit, so she doesn't feel tired or something. Some sort of weird joke about older women or something. I don't know, man. But anyway, Natsumi was there, so just to give context on the following scenes, but they don't have sex. And that's the first thing she says after getting her clothes back on.
若い子の性欲にはかなわないわ。自分の老いを感じますね、さすがに。こいつはワヤだ。
Higuchi sensei.
あ、ごめん。さすがにムードなかった？
I'm still. Well.
うわ、ガチ。
God, three more in me.
さすがに足腰立たなくなる。湊くん、そこに座って。
Oh, something's going to happen with Natsumi? I sit down, and Otabe Shikikan crouches down in front of me. What? Just like that? Did it even give us a special CG for that? Just like that? I spilled before I knew what was going on. Well, truly a Sierra Island resident, and an expert at that, man. Just suck it up once, and it's all over. Didn't even stand a chance. Didn't even have time to know what was going on. Yeah. Otabe Shikikan gave me the best blowjob I've ever had in terms of raw pleasure. She really is from Sierra Island, huh? Bruh, it's over for Higuchi-sensei. In any case, sex with Higuchi-sensei was a really exciting time. I had no idea such a straight arrow of a doctor had that kind of side to her. So, Higuchi-sensei, the strange fetish you were talking about, did you mean... Wait, what was the last half again? I kind of forgot. Oh, because she wants to be the... Oh yeah, they played house basically, and Natsumi was acting like the mother. So she also had like, yeah, because she also has like mommy issues, daddy issues or something. Oh, she has daddy. Oh yeah, she has daddy issues, and then Eriko acts as the child, and her fetish was like dad and daughter. Okay, never mind. You know what? Let's continue for now. Right.
Natsumi-san? はい、私も葉月さんより怖かった。
He's even more scary than... Okay. Higuchi-sensei exudes an aura of absolute authority. A rarity. Oh, okay, she said she's even more scary than Hazuki or something like that.
つい暴走しちゃった。あれがあるから患者さんとはセックスしないって決めてたのに。
She's more down than I've ever seen her. She wants me to keep quiet about it. I'm more than willing to oblige. No matter what fetish you got, Higuchi-sensei, I'll always respect you.
腹立つくらい可愛い子だね、君は。この子のもう10年早く生まれてきてくれたらな。で
Something
違うか。そしたら会えなかったわけだし。
Something about it, she wished she met him 10 years ago or something like that. Anyway, I'm glad I got to see so many sides of Higuchi sensei. But putting all that aside,
それで母性についての結果だね、夏美さん。
was it that aroused me? What fetish do I have?
私はカウンセラーじゃないのでなりたかったですけど、元青蘭島の住民としての意見になりますが、多分湊くんは母性を求めてるわけじゃないと思う。
She points at my crotch.
母性プレイが好きな人間はバブミにおぎゃった瞬間眼勃起するから。
Like a raging boner?
というより樋口医師が甘えてきた時点で萎えて、だから君は多分大丈夫だと思う。
Raging boner. That's really good news for me. I didn't want to be projecting my mother onto all of them in the bedroom. However, this brings me back to the drawing board. Do I even have a fetish?
つまり状況を整理するとこうだ。君が最初に勃起したのは虎の交尾。それはオス1匹に対してメスが複数匹だった。次は学園。これも君が1人に対してタヤカさんと葉月さんがいた。続くノアさんとソーニャさんも同じく、必ず2人以上の裸体が目の前にあった。そして最後はやっぱり私と夏美さんがいた時だった。
Why they skipped the whole mentioning about Izui and Agatsuma? There's only one fetish all of these lead to.
ということは修一郎さん、君が好きなのは
Harems, apparently. Now that's Kino. Truly our protagonist. Truly our protagonist. Wait, that makes him cliche because a lot of protagonists right now are fucking harem MCs. It's been a while since we saw one guy, one woman MC in a while, huh? It's been a while. I finally found my fetish. The one that isn't exhibitionism. Being attended to by multiple women. Sumari, a harem.
ハーレムか。そこまでひねりもなかったな。
Are we gonna have an issue with all three of them?
順当な感じだな。というかハーレムが嫌いな人間っているんですか？
I thought they'd all be angry, but they aren't at all. I mean, you would have found out if they didn't like it early on, because Izumi and Taika were straight up admitted they were having sex with him. But it's not like Noah got angry. It's more like, oh shit, I'm so far behind. It wasn't even jealousy or something like that. It was just like, oh man, I could be doing better right now. They all seem to simply accept it, see it as normal. Why is that? I think to myself.
あのね、だって私たちは運命共同体なんですよ。離れたくても離れられない4人なんです。だから全員で楽しく過ごした方がいい。つまり私らの腹はとうの昔に決まってんのさ。というか都合いいじゃねえか。次のシナリオ的にも。
I had thought that I was obligated to make them all happy.
グランドルートはハーレムでしたもんね。
To talk about the Grand Route being a harem anyway. But I wasn't the only one thinking that.
体験元んできる。じゃ
Everyone was thinking it about everyone else. I want you all to live with me. All I need to do is show them I'm willing to go as far as they are. When everything's settled, I want us to make our harem here. Because that's what we all want. How much time has passed since then? A lot, I'm sure. We fucked a lot.
だいたい1ヶ月くらいか。 よくもまあ飽きもせずパコパコしてたもんだな。
I had to cut because there was in between scenes of him fucking each of them, but like not like a special CG, but like just describing, and then the sprite was like them naked, one of them naked, not all of them at the same time. I thought it was into harem, or is it not all three of them at the same time? Anyway.
お金もないしご飯もないしヘッチくらいしかやることありませんしね。
The office really became the fuck room, as the tree intended.
エッチしすぎると腰とあそこ痛くなる。これはシナリオに取り入れないと。
Everything we discover, we put into the game.
書いてる時はやめろ。
お前もよくチンポが持ちますね。
誰か変わって。
Asking Taiko to switch, we put all of the feedback from the set.
これ私の体どうなってんだ。
We spare no efforts in developing new sexual positions. Screen aspect ratio being static means the sexual visuals tend towards being samey. So we test out a bunch of other possibilities.
どうして対価でばっか。
Because she's the hardiest here.
あ
Above it all, we're enjoying our hard life.
おい周一郎、この体位でも愉快に笑ってられるか。
Ah, my left leg!
おぽかりポジション。
家畜人みたいな叙情医。
なかなかいい眺めだよ。ゾクゾクしてきやがる。久留米の8万組の事務所にロケットランチャーぶっ放してやった時と同じ気分だ。
My left leg!
左足どうなってるの？
はあ、おっぱいって座りすぎると痛くなるんですね。なんかすごい乳首張ってます。
We're leading decadent, hedonistic lives.
トリスとお尻穴一緒にいじられたらお尻だけでも気持ちよくなってきた。摩訶不思議。これ何の踊ったろう。
Really, to the normal mind, this is the first step towards destruction.
リマインダーですよ。推しの配信が始まる時間にアラームが鳴るようになってるんです。
But you never know what will happen in life.
今日のゲームは
周一郎、タイカ、ちょっとこっち来てください。
ん？どうしたの？
My left leg! Ah, my right leg too! We hurry to Noah's computer. The stream on the monitor is from Titch, the site she mentioned a while back. And the game the streamer is playing is our game, Purse in the City.
なんでこんないきなり。
どうやら平等院須崎先生が取り上げてくれたおかげで爆発的に実況が増えたみたいで。
Nasan said she wanted to help us with the game. She came through in a way I hadn't even imagined.
こっちも有名配信者がイナゴみたいに片っ端から始めてますよ。これはすごいことになってきたな、周一郎。
You can say that again. Things got really busy after that. Since all those streams made our game rocket up high in popularity, our email gets blasted with all sorts of people who want to contact us. Noah, we got another freeze report. I sent it over, so check it out.
バグ修正がこれマイナーアップデートでいいんですかね。サブントってバッジを販売サイトにサイズがバカみたいな容量に。
Get dozens of emails a day, and our support account is almost full to bursting.
こっちの素材にもゴミがついてやがった。なんでこんなもんに気づかなかったんだか。
I realized that this is what it means to go viral.
小田辻たくさん。こんなにあったならもっと早く教えて。
We don't have any time to fuck. I also learned that there's all sorts of adults in the world out there.
情報サイトに載せてあげますから書き下ろしイラストもらえますか？あとそれグッズにして売りますけど無償でいいですよね。 弊社でグッズ化してあげますよ。製造費はこちら持ちで、だからイラスト素材ください。あと3面図も、あと販売券も、ロイヤリティは 1% でいいですよね。見どころあるから弊社から商業流通に載せてあげてもいいよ。でもちょっと絵がな、イラストだけ全部今時のに取っ替えちゃわない？うちでリメイク作ってもいいですか？予算はこのくらいで。少ない？こんなの安く作って売ってなんぼじゃないですか。原作使用料は10万円くらいでいいですよね。
They see us as children and try to talk back a back game, thinking we'll fall for their tricks.
君たちは子供だから理解できないかもしれないけど、こうなるのは大人の世界じゃ常識なの、わかる？
Fuck off. It's annoying, but that's all it is.
てめえらの版権全部私な。
Some of them don't even try to hide the fact that they wanted to take advantage of us.
大人の怖さも知らないガキども。怖いお兄さんたちと喧嘩なんざしたくねえだろ。
Wait a second. Isn't this voice actor the guy from Summer Pockets? The guy who's... No, maybe it's just a similar sounding guy. I was thinking about the guy who... The diner guy. No, it might be a similar sounding guy. Knowing that we don't have any social experience or people to back us up, we get the worst of vultures visiting us.
こっちはギジン組組長のジンボさんがバックについてんだぜ。
無所の中じゃそいつは子犬みてえにおとなしかったかな。よく私の靴を舐めて喜んだもんさ。
We had no choice but to fight.
どうもどうも、君たちが今ネットで話題のゲーム作ってるんだって。よく知らないけど、音楽周りの手伝いしてあげるから販売権利を。
Oh, a reducer. It wasn't easy, but we managed to fend them off by working together. Ultimately, since we couldn't tell who was worth listening to, we turned everyone down. On the other hand, our game is selling far more than before.
インディーズでヒットすると人財産築けるとは聞いてましたけど。
Cash from sales came pouring in. I didn't think we'd make this much. Our account now sits at 23 million yen. Big money.
これまで取り扱ってきた額に比べりゃ大したもんじゃねえんだが、地面師の時とは達成感ってもんが違うね。
私たちが認められたお金だ。
Looking at the sum in our account, I'm speechless. This just might be enough money to...
これでようやくてめえを自由にしてやることができるな、修一郎。
Huh? What are you talking about? Huh?
私たちがインポを直すためだけにあれだけ必死こいてたと思います？これは全部修一郎のためのお金だ。
It looks like they knew exactly what I've been up to. And what I'm planning on doing now too. Are you sure?
いいも何も社長はお前でしょ。
それにこういうのは企業イメージアップにもなるし、税制面でも案外うまく使えるもんなのさ。
But this is the money we all made together.
いいんだよ修一郎。だって君が私たちをここまで導いてくれたんだから。
All that I've done and built up has come back to me in a big way. It happened in the prison, and it's happening on this tropical island.
やれやれ。ということは明日からもまた貧乏生活ってことですね。しばらく納豆とかいう器物で我慢してやりますか。
I met the greatest comrades I could ever ask for in Tulip Prison.
いいじゃねえか。若いうちの苦労は買ってでもしろって言うだろ。
I was just a lonely boy, terrified of his own isolation.
それにやっと本格的なハーレムも作れるしな。
A lonely boy who met the people he'll spend the rest of his life with. All right, Mina, let's get back to it and make that grand route. I just know we'll always be together. Well, I've got all the capital I need. Higuchi-sensei and I are sitting beside each other, tending to the plant pottery soil. So, I'm thinking of putting that plan I've been telling you about into action.
性犯罪に遭った人たちや自分の特殊性癖に悩む人々をカウンセリングする新しい団体だね。
This is what I've had in mind for the past year or so. There are people out there who have been sexually victimized, and hentai like me to grapple with their fetishes. I wanted to make a group that gives free counseling to them, somewhere both types of people can talk to professionals without judgment.
当面の資金はこれで大丈夫だけど、無料だといつかショートしちゃうよ。
That's part of why we're going to keep on making games. If I can alleviate someone's troubles with this group, even a little bit, well, I think that is the best atonement I can manage. I'll be fine, Higuchi-sensei. She doesn't need to make anything up to me anymore. I'm better now. Healthy. So, I'll want you to go help people who've been victimized by people like me. And people like me who are grappling with themselves. I want her to go off, far away, and fulfill the dream she always had. The dream of helping all sorts of people, and all for free. I'll be fine, Higuchi-sensei. Really, I will.
本当に大人になったんだね、修一郎さん。
I smile. She smiles back at me. And the gentle breeze, uncharacteristic of winter, caresses the window. Besides, there's more I can do to bolster the company's profits. This isn't all I want to do either. I got a dream. Higuchi-sensei, remember how you told me I need to run away from people I can't outright fight? With Yagao's advice helping, the flowers in the pots grew big and beautiful before wilting. And how I need to arm myself properly to protect myself. This repeats again and again. Eventually, the entire front of the building will be adorned with beautiful tulips.
言ったね。
I think she was right. You need to have a reliable way of protecting yourself. If you can't defend yourself, you'll lose what's important to you. If Higuchi-sensei hadn't taught me that long ago, I don't think I would have recovered our game or completed it. But well, I'm still a kid. The rust of suspicious suits taught me something important. Most people judge others on looks alone. So, since we're still kids, no one's going to take us seriously. We can't even make it to the negotiation table. They just came in, trying to overwhelm us with pressure, and all we could do was fend them off. That just isn't productive. And I've still got a lot of ways to go when it comes to judging character. Even if I feel like one of them looks like a promising business partner, that's just my intuition. Sometimes my intuition is wrong, and that kind of misjudgment can cost us dearly. That's why we need an adult. Someone who the suits won't look down on, who can bring us to the negotiation table proper. Who could that be? I mean, Eriko's already busy, so who else is there available? Someone who won't fold to pressure, who can face off with anyone as an equal. Most importantly, someone who's a good judge of character. There's only one person that comes to mind when you think about, like, Shuichiro thinking about judge of character. So, that's the kind of mature force we need on the team. Someone with abundant life experience Oh.
だから君はここでずっと誰かを待ってるんだ。
I eagerly await his arrival. I'm planning on waiting as long as it takes. As I water my tulips, faded to only bloom in spring. Wait, I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Writing notes here, like speculation and stuff. Protagonists and heroines solve all the problems and save the city. Watching them from heaven above, however, has been the man.
よく頑張ったな、主人公。
It was Sujinko's sensei and first friend, amazing press man. Seriously, give him a name already. A tragic figure who had been given the protagonist his perverse power, but whose power were driven out of control by the city's serial killer. He remains in the afterlife. What would become a mating press man? What salvation was there for him? Oh, you want to hear more? Sorry, but his story is just about over. There's no continuation of Zendaman's story in this prison. He bursts out of this cage and journeys forward to this great sea. There's no way those of us still on the ground can know of his tale. So the rest of the story is going to be about me. Oh, it's Kugitani-san's POV. Interesting. The tale of a pathetic old man who dealt in information and contraband, obediently wagging his tail for Warden Misashiro. Oh, still here? Great. Puts a smile on my face. Sit down then, and listen to the ramblings of an old man. Nowadays, Zendaman is mostly a legend in Tulip Prison.
なあ、侵入ども、知ってるか？このチューリッププリズンは絶対脱獄不可能なんだが、実は一人だけ脱獄に成功した囚人がいてな。
Think about it like this. What if tomorrow you were told you could quit your job? No consequences. In outside terms, that's what the idea of a jailbreak is like to us. It's always something so appealing, so thrilling.
あの人は屈強な男でな。俺が初めて炭鉱に入った時も爆炎の中で動じず冷静に。
That guaranteed his passage into legend, his immortality in the prison population's memories. Given what his personality was like, he's left quite a few interesting tales in his wake.
ゼンダマンが最初入ってきた時、まずは性犯罪坊の花丸と喧嘩になってね。
で、私たちでいびった。
そう、でも全然ひるまない。肝が座ってて。
People talk about him all over the prison.
次に監視長に目をつけられて、でも逆に賞状までもらう大逆転劇を。
監視を買収したエロデューさんを脱粉させたらしくて、囚人がことごとく洗脳されかかった時も建物を爆破して解決したりとかしてさ、おいおい人生の縮図かって。
Everyone speaks as if they've been directly there to witness it all happen, so you think they'll pile on exaggerations in the fantasy. But it's strange to hear it because everything they speak of actually happened.
国 麦谷さんはあの全裸マンと仲が良かったって本当なんすか？
Of course, I'll talk if I'm asked to.
仲が良かったかわからないがね。それなりに話はしたことがあるよ。何が聞きたい？
I tell them his tale, skipping over the problematic part.
すっげえ！石炭の排出ルートから裸一貫で脱出するなんて波の人間じゃできねえよ。
People who never even seen his face let their minds conjure up images of a legendary streaker.
きっととんでもなくマッチョでタフな男だったんだろうな。
I wonder what the look on their faces would be if they found out he was a beardless, baby-faced boy. Now, of course, the Kanshu are none too pleased with all this talk of prison break.
ほら、何を無駄口叩いている？今が刑務作業中であることを知らないわけでもないだろう。
We're all strictly prohibited from talking about Zennaman. Not that everyone follows that rule. It's just a pose, a facade, put up for the bigwigs that are here from the Ministry of Justice. The Kanshu here are pretty sick of their surveillance and nosiness too. Because, in reality, talking about him doesn't boost your score at all.
それから0720番がおしっこを漏らしたのは炭鉱ではない。拷問室の方だ。
Jesus Christ, Iberu.
シコレンコ元監視長のエピソードとごっちゃになっているんだろう。注意するように。
An episode with Shikolenko Kanshito. Anyway, hell, sometimes they'll even come in and correct you. Now, when it comes to what the Kanshu actually think about him,
囚人も随分入れ替わって全裸マンなんて誰も覚えてないだろうな。湊修一郎、確かそう言ってたよな。あれ数年前だぞ。
Unenmai. Oh, that's been a couple of years, huh? I can't say for sure. They're not friends. That's for one.
自分、結婚適齢期になってしまった。
Then she thinks to herself, I guess in the end, I didn't get married or something. Oh, she was thinking about how many years it's been since Zennaman. And then she realized, oh, I haven't been married since that time. Anyway, because she was planning to get married or something. I haven't actually talked with them about it. But if I had to guess, I figure they think of him as just as much of a legend as the prisoners do. Think about it. Gods and myths randomly kill people, but no one resents them for it, right? Killing innocents don't matter at that point. The figure is in an untouchable sanctuary by then.
この壁はいいわ。このままにしておきなさい。
I'm surprised you guys just kept that, just allowed that thing there. Just keeping the legend of the prison break still there. That's probably part of why they left his graffiti up on the wall too. However, time keeps on moving forward like an arrow in motion. It'll soon be hard to remember just how much time has passed since that prison break riot. Hell, the prison's changed a lot already too. First off, safety and conduct regulations have gotten a lot harsher. I didn't think things could get any harsher than they were. If life in prison was like being clamped in the jaws of life, now it's like being stuck in the wall. We prisoners got the light side of the clamping, though. It's the Kanshu who had the harshest crackdown on them.
一定以上はこちらに近づくな。その位置から直立不動で伝えるように。
They stopped being able to talk more than necessary or hand things over. That's all under the watchful eye of the new surveillance cameras, too. Some company somewhere is watching their every move. Yeah, part of the thing about the prison is about they had a lot of corrupt guards, so it's also good that they're also keeping watch on the Kanshu.
こちらに無駄口を叩いたりするんじゃないぞ。ふざけ合うなど言語道断である。
Though, in my memory, is the only prisoner who fooled around with any of the Kanshu in the platonic sense was him. As time goes by, sentences shrink. Prison population shift and move pretty rapidly, That's the nature of the beast, really. If you remember, Mizushiro was inflating their sentences so she could keep things going. I mean, remember, Zenman had like 10 years, which is so unrealistic for someone who's just doing exhibitionism. So, yeah. Seeing people off isn't anything new. It's something I experienced time and time again.
国谷さん、本当に世話になりました。シャバに戻ったら一杯やりましょうや。
ああ、もうバカなことはしないように。サイ君と可愛い子供によろしく。
Faces I know leave the prison over time. The amount of people who knew him directly gradually falls. When I think about it, I really do enjoy talking about him. The tales are riveting, sure, but it might be because I'm talking about it. It feels like he's back. Not that he is, or will be. He's by the beautiful Indigo Sea, on an island of passion, and I'm in a dank little cage. We might as well be in different worlds.
どうした、ジョージ。
The girl I've been looking after in prison, name her Yomi, has grown up a lot herself. She's mastered the Japanese language and doesn't spend her time hanging for the pull-up bar or tagging along behind me anymore. Now, she's a model prisoner. She even helps clean up the warden's office. Can you believe it? Kids, I tell you, they grow so fast. He grew pretty fast too.
寂しいのか。
Do I? Yeah. I think I do. I really do miss having him around. That's just how much freedom he exuded and nourished my life. Ever since I made another big mistake on top of stealing a life, I've been living as a humble prisoner. I was able to work as a smuggler entirely because I had Warden Mizushiro's support. Now, though, that's simply a role I can't fill. It's the first time I've gone this long without smoking, too. I still think about it. About back then. I think of Himiko-san aiming her gun at me. That look of pure despair on her face. I was supposed to help her bear her cross, shoulder her sin.
共に世界を変えましょう。この世界から犯罪をなくすために。
I became her accomplice in that day. The responsibility should be with me. Yet, I let her go on alone. Off into a world of danger and anxiety from which she can't return.
口元が寂しいな。
Her crime was something I should have shared in, as her accomplice. I've regretted letting her go ever since. I still had those dreams. Dreams of when I was young, and without wrinkles. When my hips and legs didn't hurt. When I walked.
すみません。ハンカチ落としませんでしたか？
On the way back from a ball game, my team won. I called out to a fellow pedestrian.
ありがとうございます。もしかして先週手帳を落としてませんでしたか？
Damn, last week. Holy shit. She has good memory, huh? I would totally forget about stuff like that if, you know. Eventually, she got to calling my name more.
ジョージさん、ジョージさん。
どうしてちゃんと調べてくれないんです。証拠だってあるんだ。防犯カメラだって。
Before I know it, I'm grabbing the Dante by the collar.
監視カメラには何も映っていなかった。逮捕するほどの証拠はない。
I put in my letter of resignation at work and am running under the blazing sun.
なら、そのベンツを見たんですね。それを証言してください。はい。最大限の礼は尽くします。お願いします。どうか。
In the next moment, I'm pleading through teary eyes.
だったら目撃者は目撃者がいたんだ。ちゃんと裏も取ってきた。法廷で証言してもらうわ。
残念ながらどこかへ消えたよ。引っ越ししたそうだ。どこかから大金でも入ってきたんじゃないか？
Then I find myself shouting and pleading in the guest room of a mansion. In front of me sits a city council man, or some other kind of politician, and his son.
そんなバカな女のこと知らないよ。大方よって道にでも寝てたんだろうさ。
そんな遅い時間に出歩いてるなんて、そんな女娼婦しかいねえだろ。立ちんぼでもやってたのか？
Bruh. The fuck, man? Their laughter echoes throughout the room. For a moment, I stop hearing anything. Then, flesh blood dress at my feet. Yeah, you know what? I totally understand Joji there, man. Fuck, man. Imagine the love of your life being called a whore, and they were responsible for that. Fuck, all reason will just leave your brain at that point, man. It gradually spreads out into a sizable puddle of blood. The men had become lightless objects. My own scream wakes me up. I always feel the worst when I wake up like that. It feels like I'm repeating my breathing for that moment.
おい、0126番、整列の時間だ。何をしている？
I didn't hear the siren for forming ranks.
ずいぶん息が切れているようだが、G か？必要なら強制移管を呼ぶが。
ええ、大丈夫です。整列します。
This nightmare has dogged me for decades. That's why nights always scare me. I always remember that day. I'll probably go on regretting it for the rest of my life.
それでいい。
I've got a de facto life sentence, and I'm not getting out of here. So spending my entire life in reflective remorse over what I've done, well, that's a fitting life for me.
0126番、貴様は釈放よ。
Well, so much for that. So much for that life sentence, huh? And you guys doing that, releasing him, huh? Right as I think that, they hit me with that announcement.
俺が？
I couldn't believe it at all. Me? Released from the prison? She must be joking.
貴様はすでに長年刑に服している。生活態度も問題なく貧困法制。むしろ遅すぎたくらいでしょう。
I am actually well, yeah. I mean, the Ministry of Justice is watching them over nowadays, but you guys, I guess she's being a bit more fair nowadays. Well, no, she's always been fair, but except for times when she wants to be sadistic. But like on other times, she tends to be fair. Unfortunately, she wasn't.
釈放される者は1週間前より寮へと隔離し、外へ戻る準備をすることになっている。それまでしばらく時間があるわ。心身の整理をしっかりとつけておきなさい。
It's the middle of the freezing winter, and here I am, told I'm going to be released from Tulip Prison.
聞いたぜ、国谷さん。出所が決まったんだってな。めでたいことじゃねえか。
You know, I'm having this little set of flashbacks from Shawshank Redemption about that old man who's been in prison for literal decades. Way more, obviously, than this guy. But, like, suddenly he's being released after being so out of like, out of like society. Anyway, those who have spent a long time in the prison were, of course, pleased at the rare news.
ありがとう。
おめでとう。お主はわしより先に出ていくんじゃな。おめでとう。わしより先にお主が出ていくとはの。
Although I think that the Tantola geezer got in the prison already old compared to like Kugitani-san, who was probably in his 20s, early 20s, or somewhere in his 20s. Then he's leaving at, I don't know, 30 years or 40 years later? I don't know. Those with life sentences have no guarantee of when they'll get out. Even the criminality coefficient set on them when they're loaded into prison is more like a formality. Well, he got into the prison system even before that. Or at least in Tulip prisons. That's why everyone is surprised and cheers me on.
プリズンは人生の縮図って言うし、人生だって人生の縮図です。困った時は真空パックに包まれることをお勧めします。
あんまりの変わりっぷりに腰を抜かさないようにしないとな。人間は足腰からダメになるって言うから。
I don't sleep awake that night. I'm not palpitating with joy. I'm not on edge with excitement either. I'm just too scared of the outside world to sleep. If you've never been to prison before, if most of your troubles in life are frustration with taxes, your boss, or coworkers, you probably can't grasp my anxiety. Maybe you're thinking, oh, isn't getting out of prison great news? Go out, have a beer, and enjoy yourself. It's been forever. I was incarcerated decades ago. Decades! Half of my life I spent in this cage. The world outside has to have changed drastically, right? Sometimes I'll talk with folks fresh from outside, and what they tell me has changed always surprises me. Electric cars, tablets. There's no more of those snappy flip phones anymore. Stuff like that. The world outside may as well be an alien planet to me. Anyone would be afraid to take a trip to another world. Though, I hear those are popular with youth nowadays. Isekai. I can't even imagine what it's like. That inability to imagine it is what makes it so scary. Wait a second. Is there an isekai where you go to a much more futuristic world compared? Because usually most isekais are like, you go into like a medieval world or some sort of Renaissance age world, but like, there's also the rare occasion of like, you go. It's more like a parallel world ship. So essentially, there's no difference. There's no huge technological differences between two worlds. Like super huge, except for like, there was that anime about visual novels, but like that's it was too borderline sci-fi-ish that it's almost magic. But like, what about like an way more realistically advanced society? Like you go from current day to something that's like, I don't know, Star Trek level of technology. I don't know, man. Okay, there might be one, but I haven't probably noticed it, or it's not exactly a popular setting. I don't know. Anyway, I travel so much, even I find it pathetic. I've been thinking desperately since that day. What will it take for me to stay in prison? How can I avoid having to leave? Oh, I heard about like this is in Japan. I heard that some old ladies are actually now committing crimes so that they would be stuck in prison, because apparently life in prison is actually much more happier than being in a home of the age or something like that. I don't know. I heard something about that. Some sort of Japanese prison for. Anyway, that's all that occupies my mind. My worries don't matter. The process continues. First, they make me write on some paper. It's like an employment questionnaire. I write about my years served in prison, my employment history, any certifications I have, and more. Then, I have a discussion with the officers based on what I wrote.
今日は貴様の身体についてゆっくりと話をしていきたいと思う。そこに座れ。
Yamagishi now serves as the kachicho of the planning division, meaning she's the main person who thinks about the prisoner's career paths moving forward. She's perfect for the job. She bombards me with questions asking for clarification for a good 2 hours as she looks over the sheet.
地元に帰ったりはするのか？事件を起こしたのは東京だが、故郷は青蘭島だったと思うが。
The rest of the talk was about what I wanted to do when I got out, what kind of job I wanted to work, where I wanted to live, and that kind of stuff.
あそこにはもう身内は住んでいません。つてがなければ入島することはできないでしょう。
I think they were talking about where he came from Sierra Island, but he was in Tokyo for some reason. Chicken is crime, right? So, anyway, I've been in prison for a long time, but parole is a first for me.
貴様は真面目だし、知能だって悪くない。本気で取り組めば、きっとまともな生活ができるはずだ。
I didn't understand what she said. All I can do is answer yes, no, and I don't know, like a 15-year-old boy in a high school interview.
我々は貴様を応援している。胸を張って出所しような。
And of course, most of the questions he's asking are things I don't know the answers to.
はじめまして。保護観察官を務める黄緑小春です。どうぞよろしく。
Okay, so that's his parole officer introducing herself. About a month and a half later, I have an interview with a parole officer from off the island.
まず第一に、どこかへ向かう際は絶対に私へ連絡してください。1日に1回、必ず電話で報告を。どこか行くあては？
Okay, I guess she's explaining. No, I don't understand too much. I understand a couple of words. She explains the rules and regulations of being out of on parole.
まずは墓参りをしようかと。東京に被害者の成果があるので、献花を。
Okay, he's basically something about in Tokyo. So I guess he's going to Tokyo instead of going to Sierra Island. Since I'm not leaving after a complete sentence, I'll be under surveillance for a while.
いい心がけですね。もし身元引受人がいる場合は、本島の港でお迎えをお願いすることになっているんですが。
She goes over the small rules of the period too. No drinking alcohol, no gambling, that kind of stuff.
私は天涯孤独の身です。知り合いはどこにも残っちゃいません。
So he doesn't know anyone, basically. Violating parole would result in being sent back to
ご
prison.
存知かと思いますが、プリズンの施設内で出会った囚人と連絡を取ることは禁じられています。
Her gentle voice turns cold.
ですからくれぐれも不審な行動は取らないように。
Fortunately for her, she's worried about nothing. I've got a completely empty contacts book. Afterwards, there's an inspection of my cell alone.
通例ではある。まあ儀式というかおまじないみたいなものなのだ。そっちに座ってるんだぞ。
It's a meticulous check to make sure I haven't brought in any contraband. Unfortunately for them, I'm no longer a smuggler. They're not going to find even a single cigarette. This is supposed to be the last kind of inspection. And it makes sense. Inspecting the belongings of someone about to get out is just a waste of time. Then, 3 months have passed since the announcement of my parole. The last part of the process is a one-on-one interview with the warden herself.
0126番釘谷ジョージ。罪状は2名の殺害と死体遺棄。情状酌量の余地もあったため、無期懲役で刑を執行された。
It's to see if you truly reflected and feel remorse about my crime.
貴様は今、自分の犯した罪とその被害者へどのような感情を抱いているのかしら？反省している？
It's been a while since I've been in this office. When I was still her student, I used to visit often. She taught me so much about this dirty world, about human greed.
反省したかどうかはきっと本人が決めることじゃない。他人が判断することです。でも一つだけわからないことがあります。
There's another worry I have.
それは？
私は本当にここから出ていい人間なんでしょうか？
Should I be let out of the prison? Am I the kind of person that should be let out of the category of criminal? Can I truly be forgiven for the crime of killing someone, for taking away their freedom and dignity? Have I truly atoned for my crime? Does anyone want my presence?
水城姫子はもういない。貴様を縛る枷はどこにもない。
What do you think?
だから貴様は今の自分が思うままに生きなさい。
Am I really someone who should be allowed to live? Another month has passed. I clean up things from my workstation and start clearing out.
計算婦は釘谷さんに頼ってましたから、いなくなると大変になっちゃいますね。
What the hell? Kusumori's still here, even after being a brown noser. She's still here. I thought she'd get out earlier than Oza or something. Yeah, I think Ozawa got in for sex crimes, right? Or allegedly, because he I don't know, man. But Kusumori's still here for being a well, you know what? I don't know, man.
そんなに難しいことをしてたわけじゃない。誰だってできることだ。だから何も心配しなくていいよ。
というか、なんか私だけ全然出られなくって、小祭り頑張ってるのに、なんかの陰謀かなと。
He's talking about, isn't it a conspiracy? I'm still here or something like that. I don't know. This is my last day on the job.
情報屋から最後の情報だ。夕顔所長は漬け取りが死ぬほど嫌いらしい。
All I have left is a week of free time before I move to the dorm.
そんな人間いるんですか？
I tried to figure out their conversation, but something about you got information, but I don't know what Kusumari was asking him. I said my last goodbyes to my workplace and leave my old desk behind. 2 weeks left until parole. The reality of leaving prison is right before my eyes. My stomach's been hurting a lot more lately. It's hard to get food down, and sometimes I cough it up. I wake up in the middle of the night from a nightmare as usual. Let me tell you, I was like one of those unsightly old men, screaming out of nowhere in the park. There's something I said to him a good while back, that I wouldn't be of any use in the outside world. You can see it, right? Who would want to employ an old man with a criminal record? I probably can't even pull off working at the combini, not with all I've had to learn. And I can't think of anyone would want a murderer in the workplace. By the way, isn't this like, yeah, this is also like I know this is one of the more realistic, where do you go to find work if you don't have a, if you don't know where to find work job, but this sort of since earlier I did remember about that old guy in Shawshank Redemption. He ends up working in a supermarket when he got released out of prison. Anyway,
釘谷さん、僕を搬送係にしてくれてありがとう。これからも元気でね。
when I leave the prison, I'll just be a useless old man. Wait, Slippery Fairy is still here? All she did was like steal some slippers and some sexual thing with it, but like why is she still here?
ああ、お前さんも元気で。くれぐれも上履きなんか盗まないように。
People won't smile and chat with me like they do here. The reality makes me crushingly anxious. It's hard to put that anxiety into words. And inexpressible emotion starts to bite away at me. Just painful to live with. The uncertainty keeps me up at night, shaking and unable to sleep.
ジョージ、これあげる。
In the midst of my anxiety, Yomi hands me something.
これは?
It's a black book, about a centimeter thick.
夕顔所長の部屋から持ってきた。
おいおい、それまずいよ。バレたら一発で懲罰棒行きだ。
それでいい。
いいって。
ジョージに必要なものだから。
The year has left Yomi's face one that has come of age. She says that with a smile.
出所おめでとう、ジョージ。私は大丈夫。一人で生きていける。
Yugao is just watching from behind. And I can tell she knows it.
だからお前も自由に生きろ。
What if the whole... Yeah, she planned this whole thing, man. She planned Yomi working in the warden's office, and then she knows Yomi will do this eventually. More like she allowed it to happen. The book is someone's journal.
Oi, oi.
Wait.
Oi, oi. 本当か?
I can't help but let out a grunt of surprise as I flip through it. Whose do you think it is? That's right. It's his. It's the rehabilitation journal that the legendary Zendaman himself penned while underground. And last night, Warden Yagao confiscated it, and Yomi subtly borrowed it. Since trading goods is completely forbidden in the prison, that's the only way for it to end up in my hands. I read through it, glued to the pages. It tells the story of his time here, from entering the prison to being locked up deep underground. I desperately follow the tiny writing as it dances across the page. He must have been out of sorts, or unable to see clearly. Towards the end, I even see meaningless letters and rows of numbers. Why would he type HTTP in a notebook? Does he think I can touch it to jump to a website? I feel like it's been a long time since I've laughed. It's because I managed to see him again where I least expected to. I'm sure I wanted to see him again. An impossible wish. How would I contact him? Find him? I have no idea. He suffered in a tiny room underground, fearing his encroaching madness. Even if he felt himself losing his mind, he chose to keep fighting. That's why he wrote about himself in his journal, so that he wouldn't lose himself. To organize and understand his emotions. I decided to take a page from his book, so to speak. Everything that's happened up until now, and how I felt about it. Everything I can remember. I write it in my rehabilitation journal. The very words you're reading now. I take a solid week and catch up to the present. This exercise allowed me to take a more objective look at myself. And in doing so, I think I finally understand who I truly am. Ultimately, I always wanted to be needed by someone. Oh, he and him are not so different all this time. I hate using that line, but this is unironically they're the same. He and him. When my wife was murdered, and it took 2 lives, I had completely lost any sense of pride or self-respect. I stopped knowing if I was worthy of life in this world. Locked away in prison, I sank into the depths of despair. No one needed me. It made no difference if I was alive or dead.
あなたが噂の何でも仕入れてくれるっておっさんですか？金ならいくらでも出しますから、蓬莱の玉の絵型バイブ仕入れてください。あと、ヒヒーロ金でできたローター。
But I had the job. Smuggler.
すんません、釘谷さん。ちっと手間がかかるわ、本がいまして。悪いんすけど、今度面倒見てやっちゃくれませんか。
Everyone relied on me as an information broker too. The fact that I had a job no one else could do, and that I was useful to everyone, kept me going. All of that was given to me by her.
私と共に戦いましょう。
A self that was needed by others, a self that was useful to them.
もう娘のような被害者を出さないために。あなたのサイ君のような被害者を出さないために。
A reason for me to still live in this world.
あなたの協力が必要なのです。釘谷ジョージ君。
Her outstretched hand saved me. I really shouldn't have let her go off on her own. I should have shouldered half of the guilt. I should have died with her back then. Wait, what do you mean should have died with her? Wait, what do you... Wait, literally or like... What? The world has returned to a place that has no need for me. Locked away, I have truly degraded. Now, no one will want me. No one will seek me out. Which means I have no reason left to live. If there is nothing left, if they have told me my atonement is finished, it's time to bring it to an end. What? No, bro. After all, who would weep at the death of an old prisoner? I'd weep, man. The last week of my life in prison comes around. They'll put me in a dorm tomorrow, where I'll have to sit tight for the rest of my time here. Today will be the last day I can walk around the premises. I like to do just that. My small yet fun little home. The place I spent over a decade of my life in. I've been through a variety of prisons, but none have been as comfortable as this one. It's amazing he calls this place as a comfortable prison compared to everywhere he'd been. I'm sure only Tula Prison has a garden this pretty. He took me here once. Such a nostalgic memory. It feels like it happened decades in the past. Much like I did back then, I pulled out the wilted flower on the edge. It just so happens that today is the anniversary of her death. There's a small box behind the flower bed. In said box is the prison's internal currency. It's 12 pakor in total. It's such a pittance that I can't imagine anyone who finds it picking it up. Pakor themselves are mostly worthless nowadays, anyway, and a few people in the prison use them. I put them away with care. Perhaps I'm simply having trouble letting go. I don't want to make excuses, but for some reason, my heart feels at ease. Since that day, my stomach stopped acting up, and I don't have nightmares anymore. When I think that it'll all come to an end when I go outside, I realize I don't need to worry. My emotions won't boil up anymore. I have his journal in my hands. This is proof that he lived, a storehouse of all his secrets, something that no one else should see. I had to burn it so that no one can find it. I won't be able to leave the door once I go in, so this is my last chance. I'm reluctant, of course. It feels like a Bible that God granted me in my loneliness. Just holding it in my hands was enough to help me find my courage. He wrote this fully prepared to die. If he wasn't scared to go, then I won't be either. But unfortunately, you can only bring from the prison what you brought into it. You can't take out anything other than your body, your feelings, and your knowledge. Will I be able to leave this place with my head held high? I won't know until I do it. No one can. Eating and break is all about done. I'm going to have to sell things soon, if I'm selling them at all. I find myself stopping. I look up to the graffiti, big and bold. This is where he painted the URL of a porn site. That's a misspelling. Porn site. Anyway, porn site. On the wall, and got himself sent to solitary. That's also the last place I spoke with him on the surface. I can remember it so clearly, even now. He walked so proudly before his descent underground. The man had levity about him, like he was going for a stroll.
Nah.
Tell me, Zen-naman, where did you get that mind of steel? You knew that you weren't coming back alive when you went underground. How then did you stay so strong? For a moment, time seems to freeze, because I realized, looking up at the porn site URL, that random looking string of characters has a meaning to it. There is?
Code book.
Oh, the encryption thing he was working on. I quickly opened up the journal and flipped to the last page.
19が10、85が2で、519が
The writing on the wall wasn't an expression of his madness. It's a code that no one without the code book could read. One that spells out a message. Wait a second. When Yagao was looking at the wall and decided not to remove it, I guess at that point she already read. Obviously, she might have read Zen-naman's journal. And considering how intelligent she is, the moment she looked at the wall, she instantly figured it out. Or she already figured it out just looking at the back of the notebook. So, her letting Yomi steal it. Well, I'm giving the impression that she kind of had an idea that would happen and allowed it to happen, considering she was looking at them when they were having that conversation about handing over the notebook. So she already knew. Oh man. You guys a secret real one, huh? I hurried to the computer room, the very room he used as his base. The computers have all been wiped. So instead of looking inside the computers, I look around them. Pakoro. 214 Pakoro. And the awkward loop-sided amount, just like I found in the storeroom. Deleted in the correctional exhibition, He'd given all the prison facilities number labels. The number labels caught on, and the prisoners still used them as slang. The code book works like with blocks of 2 or more numbers. That whole string, I'm not going to read that. I take the numbers, run them through the code book, and put the letters HTTP and CO and M in front of the results as directed. C10 is the storeroom I stayed in, and M8 is the computer room I was just in. Each spot has some hidden back hole hidden away in it. I remember what he told me before. That he'd split his data up and hid it in multiple places to alleviate the risk of being found, and that he left the code showing where those places were. I remember that I'd been studying ciphers and encryption, but he was never too good with computers. So what if he tested that splitting and encrypting in the real world as practice? If he hid these meaningless pothole around before he went into the hole. What if I rearranged the numbers of the sums according to the code? Just what is that going to reveal? Then comes the day of my release. Taking the belongings and money confiscated from me when I was incarcerated, as well as the pittance of my pay. I board the ferry. The end of my long life as a prisoner comes with no fanfare. I find myself unable to stop staring back at Tula Prison from the deck.
Sayonara, wagaya.
Until it disappears over the horizon. I just keep watching. When we get to the port on the mainland, I meet with my parole officer.
どこかに行く際は必ず連絡してくださいね。私の目から離れたら捜索願を出すことになっています。
He asked me if there's anything I want to eat, but at my age, I can't handle oily stuff too well. I end up leaving half of my first gyudon in decades. The world outside is a series of surprises. Cars nowadays are shockingly quiet, and in here they run batteries instead of gasoline. Instead of using cash, everyone just scans these little machines to make payments.
そりゃ持ってないと生活が不便になっちゃいますよ。
I asked her if I should get one myself though. I can't help but feel like I'll lose something so little. She chuckles when I do. Basically she said something about having those cell phones are really convenient or something like that. What surprises me most is how much society has turned against smoking. Yeah, and Japan is like smoking heavy country compared to most places I've been to. Maybe just me, but like you still have those areas that straight up where all smokers convene. You know, but here in the US, I know some people smoke, but like, and you can practically smoke in public, but like, I really hardly see anyone smoke outside. At least in New York, huh? But like, if you go to Tokyo, well, actually, I'm only looking at Tokyo. I can't remember what the other cities are like. Maybe because I don't put heavy notice at people at those designated smoking areas in the city, but they have from what I remember from Tokyo, there's a lot of designated smoking areas, and you see them all convene. Maybe it's an effect of like because they have designated smoking areas. Every smoker goes to that single location, but maybe the smoking's the same here. It's just that I don't notice it a lot because it's spread out or something. But like walking around the city, I hardly see anyone smoking. Like the last time I saw someone smoking was 2-3 months ago, and before that was probably years at that point. Anyway, I didn't expect the whole world to turn into one big no smoking zone.
昔はファミレスで吸えたのにな。
Oh yeah, they used to be able to do that. As I murmured that to myself, a girl nearby gives me a disgusting look. With that, I head out to Tokyo, making sure to switch over to the parole officer over there, of course. And then I visit the victims' graves. I pull up the weeds that grew around them, clean them with water, and lay flowers in them. The same blue flowers I offered her grave. I may only be doing this to satisfy myself, but it does lighten the pain a little. With my respects paid, I'm out of obligations. Now I can leave this world at any time. But I don't. Did the fear get me? It's part of it, but not all. I wanted to know what secret the code had. When I line up the pakol sums I found and decode them, it reveals a certain number.
タイピングなんていつぶりかな。
He's having a hard time remembering how to type. The internet is everywhere today. You can search for and learn anything you want. Makes me want to cry in awe. It turns out the number is coordinates. I don't know all the details, but there's this GPS thing nowadays that has coordinates on even the most obscure places. As coincidence would have it, the location happens to be in Tokyo. It takes a bit of time to ride the train there.
ここに行きたい。どうしてだ。そんな東京の外れに行ったって見るところは何もない。おとなしくしてろ。
He basically says there's nothing much to go around, much to see in Tokyo, so stay where you are or something like that. My Tokyo parole officer doesn't like me going out too far from his workplace. He's never shy about telling me that. He isn't too passionate about his job though, so avoiding him isn't too hard. I'm not the only one under his surveillance, so figuring out his schedule is all I needed. It is, however, a little scary to ride a densha for the first time in so long.
お尋ねしますが、切符っていうのは、ああ、向こうですか。どうもありがとう。
I'm on edge, wondering if people around me would realize I'm a criminal. I don't want to be released from this terror. I want the pain to stop. But I'm just so curious. Just what is the last message he left? My destination is on the border of Tokyo and Kanagawa Prefecture. The spot has lots of slopes and is hard on my old legs. I find an aged power pole on the way. So I catch my breath by it before climbing up to the top of the slope. I find a gate there with the name Yahagi Sakura Academy written on it. A smart reader like you, I'm sure, has already figured it out. That's right. This is the school he went to before he got arrested. Security is tight in school nowadays, though, and this one is no exception. An old man like me is just going to be turned away at the gate. But I'm on the clock, and I have to be at the hotel by 7 when my parole officer comes back.
どうも、A組の小林の祖父ですが、お世話になっています。職員室はどちらでしょう？
I'm glad I learned how to lie while back in
それ
prison.
はどうも。いえ、結構。一人で行けます。お手を煩わせることもありません。
I'm glad I came in a decent collared shirt. The guard lets me through pretty easily. This may be a private prison. Private school. I always think of the word prison when I don't know why. Private school. But it's not going to have a tighter security than Tula prison, right? I walk through campus under the evening sun. Classes must be over. There are hardly any students about. The stairs are a lot kinder on my legs than the slope here was. When I get to the top of them, I find a locked door. A sign over it reads, no entry, and there's a bunch of broken chairs and furniture around it. The code to the lock is word aloud 0721. Oh, could it be Ashi? I put my foot in the opening underneath and twist the knob up, and then, just like he said, I opened the door to the roof with ease. The place where it all began, where he discovered the appeal of exhibitionism. Him stripping his clothes, hair, started it all. I smile excited. It's like I come to a holy site. A lot of time has passed since he'd been arrested. I turned the pipe's bolt, not expecting much. It only takes about 5 turns to open it. I find a small sweet tin inside. Oh yeah, he told Kogitani-san about like where he did his first exhibitionism thing, and then where he took his own photos and hid them. The thing looked a bit rusted. Water must have got into it. It clings as I open the lid. The first photo of him stark naked, fully erect and proud. His expression is free and unbound. I look to the other side to see the date and time engraved on it. It's the evening of the day he was arrested. Just about the same time, the cop who claimed to have been assaulted by him was wheeled into the hospital. This is the reason he descended into the ground with such confidence. He'd done everything he could do above ground, so he went down with no regrets. He figured that even if he died, as long as his journal was around, someone could use it to find the truth. And if that didn't work, nothing would. So he left it all in the hands of whoever noticed the code, believing that someone would make it all the way here. Don't tell me the photo flew. The wind blows. A strong spring wind. Something spills out of the stack of photos and onto the ground. I quickly grab the white object before it gets blown away. That's a tegami. Hey, ne-san. You graduated from Yahagi Zakura, right?
そうだね。入院しててあんまり通ってないけど、しゅうちゃんと一緒。
So, there's the sewage pipe on the roof there. You can remove the bolt pretty easily by hand. When you open it up, you'll find this little sweet tin. I want you to put this inside it. Since you're an alum, you should be able to get in pretty easily. I wrote how to get onto the roof on this paper. Make sure to burn it after reading.
それはいいけど、でもなんでそんなこと。
It's really important. Trust me. I'm counting on you, Hinako-ne-san. 頼んだぞ. It's almost brand new. It's a tight plastic bag to keep the water out. I find myself looking both ways. It feels like this is something no one else should know about. It feels very, very important. The front of the letter is slanted, blocky writing. To my beloved smuggler. The familiar handwriting was certain someone. Hands trembling, I unsealed the envelope. So, you made it here. I thought you would. If you had the will to come all this way, how about fighting for just a little longer? I remember him mentioning something long ago. My company is looking for employees. We're still kids, so most of the movers and shakers of society look down on us. It makes things pretty tough. So, we want an adult to guide us. Someone who's been through the ups and downs of life. That a sign appeared in town out of nowhere, bearing some sort of code. We're waiting in the promised land, waiting for you to join us. Promised land. Sorry, I suddenly remembered doing for a split second. Solving the code was part of the entrance test to some huge corporation. Signed, Lolly Inc. Uchiro Shuhei Sacho. This is a spin on it. His final interview with me. P.S. I just know you'll find here what you're looking for. The tegami isn't all that in the envelope. The second piece of paper is long, slim, and blue. I'll be waiting for you for as long as it takes. It's an airplane ticket, and on the back, it says, from prison, destination, GU. When you get on in years, your tear glands grow weaker. Weaker as they've gotten, though I've hardly cried in my advanced age. But now, my tears won't stop. When was the last time I cried this much? It's almost like I made a return. Like I've become human again with warmth in my heart. I waste no time in getting on the plane. I straighten my collar, make myself look as much as a gentleman as I can. And now I'm writing the rest of my journal, the one you're reading now. I'm probably leaving chaos behind for breaking parole. Half of me feels guilty, the other half is excited. In any case, I'm taking this plane to the south end of Kyushu. After that, I'll find a ship about to leave port. The cost might just be searching for me and send word out ahead. If they are, I'll haggle with a fishing ship, toss them with a little money I have, and talk my way on board.
機内サービスのお飲み物です。毛布はいかがでしょうか?
And if that doesn't work out, I'll come up with something else on the spot.
いや、結構体がカッカして暑いくらいなんだ。
No matter what I do, there's nothing holding me down anymore.
よしと。
There's still someone out there who needs me. Someone who wants me around. Someone who's waiting for me. This is...
なんて自由なことだろう。
The plane starts to vibrate. It moves forward, crawling over the ground. It picks up speed and I can feel the gravity hit me. The plane takes off, heading into the air. Off it goes. Off I go to my dear, younger friend.
さあ、行こうか。
Off my plane goes from prison to freedom. I till the soil. I raise flower after flower. I till, plant, and water, all to make even more tulips bloom. Eventually, Haru comes, and there have been a few.
いや、精が出るな。
I hear a voice from the other side of the flower bed. His face may be hidden by the tulips in bloom, but I know exactly who it is.
いやはや、こんなところでチューリップが見られるとは思わなかった。
That nostalgic tone. The hoarse voice. The face I've been waiting on for so long. All of it fills me with joy.
一度満開になってるのを見てみたかったんだ。
Yeah. That's what I've been raising them for. I stand up. I stand up to greet my old friend. With everything I have. I stand up to hug him. With everything I have.
おっと。その前にやることがある。覚えてるかい？
No, I do. Like we did it back in prison. I ball my fists and hold it out in front of my chest. He always stays the top, and I, being younger, always stays the bottom.
今日からは反対だ。
But from now on, I take the top and takes the bottom. Why?
そんなの当然だろう。こっちが世話になるんだから。
He finally pulls up the brim of his hat, showing his face.
これから末永くよろしくお願いしますよ。社長。
Bruh, he went bald. Oh, Kino! Kino! No, that's dedication to him, man. His smile is every bit as bright as a tulip in bloom.
Not happy like in the silver screen, but we can get everything here. Oh, yeah. It's kind of fiction, it's a made-up story that would be too good for me sometimes. But the beginning is from the point of perfect story is waiting on me to feel it. Even though I'm not honest man. Oh, it's a breeze. Oh.
変態プリズン。
And with that, Hentai Prison is over. Final thoughts? I think I already mentioned in the previous upload that Hentai Prison is going to be at least 9.0 out of 10 for me. Now, the real question is, do I consider it higher than Hachikimu no Aojashin? I'm still thinking about it. It's so hard. It's like, I don't know. It's, they're both different kinds of kino, both to it. Well, I personally felt a lot more with Hachikimu no Aojashin, but like, it's because I only feel that way because those are two different stories with two different tones they're going for. Like, Hachikimu no Aojashin is way more serious than compared to Hentai Prison when it comes to tone. But of course, Hentai Prison is a good mixture of like, it's much more well balanced when it comes to serious scenes and scenes that are taken seriously. And for some reason, I remember a lot more of the jokes in Hentai Prison. I mean, Hachikimu no Aojashin is does some jokes, but they're not like taken as like, you know, part of the main story. But here, you know, you remember that you're dealing with Shuichiro, who's no, okay. So to be fair, that also puts Henpri in the harder place because a lot of the things rely on absurd, dumb jokes with setups that pay really well. That they pay off. You know what? This is the one thing I really like with Henpri. I mean, Aojashin also has that, but like considering the difficulty of the setups for this, like it starts out with a very dumbass joke, and then you see the payoff. It was like you go kino about it. Like for example, the HTTP cum shot thing. You thought Shuichiro was just making some dumbass excuse just to get to solitary and research about the duck route, but then you find out that he also, you know, the stuff he learned about like encryption, and then he already kind of planned ahead of something, you know. Yeah, I think when it comes to setups and payoffs, Henpri is way better than Aojashin with that regard, because if you could see the payoff, so if you could see like the setup was so that early on, and the payoff was I was really satisfied with the payoff regarding that. Especially, I think Henpri does really good with closing a lot of loops. So I'd say Henpri is really good. Better when it goes with regards to that. There's also, I think Henpri also does better compared to Aojashin. Maybe I didn't notice this a lot in Aojashin, or maybe because Aojashin was kind of a bit more straightforward about trying to make commentary about stuff. But I don't know. I want to contemplate about that part. So that's also the part that's kind of confused me. Anyway, instantly, this is at least 9 or 9.2 for me, which is borderline close to Aojashin, the score I gave to Aojashin anyway. So, yeah, I'll keep it up to debate. I like them both. I really like them both. They hit me both differently. Yeah, this fucking Vian's true kino. But I can see why, though. Some people have like a harder time thinking this is kino compared to like Aojashin. Aojashin has a much more wider appeal compared to like Henpri. But I would say Henpri is, if you're in, you're automatically in. I wonder. I don't know, because I read some reviews. Some people had a hard time with the common route, and that's where they felt like they felt like dropping off, and that's kind of like that. I don't know. I don't know. The whole beginning was kind of jarring for some people, or if they're used to other genres, they won't find the shit as kino. But if you reach this far, you obviously know it's kino. At least that's for me. I think I already mentioned earlier when it comes to best girl rankings. My favorite is, well, let's not put Sovereign on top. I mean, technically she is on top for some reason. I don't know why. That's the thing about Sovereign. She's also a character who's from the beginning to the end ish, and then obviously Noah. But objectively speaking, when it comes to story, I don't know. My route order, I chose the VMDB guys route order, which is to start with Taika, then Izumi, then Noah. So I felt that really also helped kind of put Noah on top for me, because when I look into Taika's route, it's more on the straightforward stuff. It's a bit more straightforward. Izumi requires some build up and execution, but only because I had the build up starting from Taika's route. I don't know what the experience is going to be like if you started out like with Noah, because I know some people started out with Noah's. There was a totally different route order. Like some people do the opposite, Taika as the last and Noah as the beginning or something like that. But I think I prefer the VMDB guys order because it builds up nicely in Noah's route. Because in Noah's route you have to challenge both the Kanshichos, Agatsuma, and Yugao. But in Izumi and Taika's route, you side with one of them and then you try to figure out how to defeat the other one while Sovereign is like whatever. Meanwhile, in Noah's route, Sovereign's your friend, and then you try to defeat the two other Kanshichos. So I think that order gives a better build up for me. And I know each route kind of tries to put elements between each other, but I like how in Sovereign's stuff, like in Taika's route, if you go in as that's your first route, I still didn't get like what was the relationship with Noah and Sovereign and why she wanted her out, or same with Izumi's route. It was also the situation is very similar. I still didn't get it. Izumi's wait, I remember Izumi's story spread across the other stories. Since I started with Taika, I wasn't given an understanding in that route why she particularly hated Izumi, so I'm glad they kind of kept that hidden. Yeah, also what the Hatagumi was doing for the H drug. Yeah, so I guess they were able to keep hidden like a couple of main plot points. I don't know, or I mean main motivations, but I'm not entirely sure. Anyway, so yeah, I guess that's it for Hentai Prison, and yeah. What's the next plans? I have plans to read, for some reason, I don't know why, but I have plans to read Angel Beats, the first beat, for some reason. I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be still like that for me when I go back to visual novels. June is gonna be busy with me actually playing actual games. Like for now, I'm playing Night Rain. Maybe in June 11, I start playing Stellar Blade again. I already finished it I already finished it last year, but I don't know if going through it again will be as fun, or I'll even finish going through it again, because you know I have this tendency when I finish something, I tend not to repeat them a lot. And then 26, Death Stranding 2. I'll be full time doing that. Death Stranding 2. I'm actually on leave on that time just to finish Death Stranding 2. That'll be a nice vacation. Then yeah, I might July I should be going back to visual novels. I should be reading Angel Beats the First Beat. I don't know if I still had that craving for at that time. Otherwise I'll think of something up. I still have a huge backlog. I mean, I technically haven't finished Tensi Sosa Reboot. Technically. I don't know. I for some reason when I started Kurumi's Route, I just felt so over with it. I don't know. What else? Oh shit, I didn't even finish Air. Fuck. I might go back to Air. I don't know, I'll think about it. I'll need some time to think about it. There's a lot of stuff releasing as well. There's also like the Front Wing one that I added to my wish list. I don't know. I don't know. I'll just wait for reviews, but I will buy it, but like I don't know if it's gonna be a priority read after I'm done with all the games I'm playing. But yeah, Kanade, I think its title's Kanade. I should by I don't know, by July I already got my 15th anniversary edition of like Subahi. I mean, there's gonna be some changes on Suinosaur remake, but I think the Suinosaur guys are not gonna. I don't know. The guys who made the Suinosaur remake fan translation are also the guys who did Sakura Nota, but they were asked to stop working on it, so I don't know if they're also gonna do Suinosaur as well, especially since they're gonna be releasing it with new CG. There might be new stuff as well, content as well. It might be like a different universe altogether. I mean, there has been a tendency that it might be the same story, but there's a couple of changes here and there that warrants reading it, or at least the new parts. I don't know, man. Anyway, that's it for Hentai Prison, and yeah, I'll see you guys on the next upload of the visual novels, or if you watch me stream, okay, see you in the streams, or yeah, whatever. So I'll see you guys. Ciao. All right. Also read this VN Hinamatsu Kino. I know there's no English translation now. I mean, you can cope with it through MLT. I don't advise it, but that's how I cope. And I did upload some content about it, but it's Kino. It's Kino enough for me. Anyway, see you guys.